One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Yesterday crowned a champion with a round to spare. Vachier Sindarov held Geary to a draw and sealed his place in the World Championship match against Gukesh later this year. The open section may now have its winner, but one last question still remains. Can Sindarov finish with a record score? A draw today against Wei would give him the best score in candidates history. And in the women's, everything is still alive. Assaubayeva's win over Muzichuk pulled her level with Vaishali at the top of the standings. Zhu Jin'er's loss to Goryachkina left her half a point back, and Lano and Muzichuk still have outside chances as well. With one round to play, 6 players can still potentially win the tournament. So today, one section plays for history, and the other plays for everything. One title has been claimed, and the other is still hanging in the balance. Welcome to round 14 of the FIDE Candidates. I'm John Sargent, joined by the absolutely wonderful Judith Polgar and David Howell. Welcome back, Judith. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm so excited. In one hand, in the open section, we know the winner, and what a winner we have. And in the women's section, we are just excited as everything can happen.
And welcome back to the broadcast, David. It seems so weird to be this excited on the day after we've crowned the champion, but the fact of the matter is so much is still going on.
Exactly. The open candidates will be following those games with interest, especially Sindarov as he heads for history. But the women's today is going to be fascinating. There could, of course, be tie breaks tomorrow. But first off, there is a chance. Still 6 players, 6 women in with a shot of winning the event.
So plenty to watch out for today. If you're on the broadcast right now, you're watching, you're going, well, we know Sindarov's won. What's the point? Oh my goodness. Have we got a lot of news and a lot of fantastic games for you? There is going to be blood on the board today. That is for sure. Before we get into the details of why and we discuss the pairings, though, let's head over to my client to see what he has in store for us on this last day before potential tie breaks.
Okay, I go there. That doesn't look safe. Wait, shit. There. There. No, there. There. Take. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm prepping for Sindarov's interview. I'm just prepping, okay? I can't beat him in chess. Maybe I can beat him in Counter-Strike. I got to get to know the millennials. Anyway, with the Open Championship completely over and Vachier Sindarov probably getting started on his Counter-Strike domination, what do we have looking forward to today? Well, we've got a whole lot of battles in the women's section. In fact, there's so many ramifications. I've got to read them off a list because, amazingly, 6 of the 8 women still have a chance to win the tournament. And if all of the cards fall correctly, we could have as many as 5 women playing a tiebreak tomorrow. It might actually last longer than a traditional classical round. So here we go. Vaishali has a slight edge by virtue of the fact that she's got the white pieces today. Of course, she's tied for the lead with Bibisara, Assaubayeva. Now, also, Vaishali is playing Katerina Lano, which is one of the women that she beat in the first half, and that actually kind of kick-started her tournament. Now, Bibisara's got black against Divya Deshmukh. Bibisara actually lost to Divya in the first orbit, but that was her last loss. She's been on a complete heater. She's won 3.5 out of 4, and she's tied with Vaishali. Now, only half point back is Zhu Jin'er. She still has about a 10% chance, according to our statisticians. She's only had 4 draws and 9 decisive results. Of course, nothing short of a win is really going to be able to help her today. Again, we could have as many as 5 women tie. This is a great day for chess because we don't know what's going to happen. Pretty much all eyes are going to be on the ladies, and rightfully so. They've played some fighting chess. And you know what's fun? At the end of 2026, we could have 2 Indian world champions, or we could just as easily have 2 best friends as world champions. Think about that. Another nice storyline for today. Let's get going with round 14.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. I've got a couple of questions for you about appealing to millennials in Counter-Strike. I played Counter-Strike competitively and I retired when 1.6 came out. So hearing that made me get on my Zimmer frame and hobble back to my desk. I'm just going to deal with a mic. My hands can't move half as fast anymore. Oh my goodness. It is definitely the younger generation we need to worry about there. Let's focus on the chess. These are the standings everyone's going to be talking about today. David, all the way down to Katerina Lano, there's a possibility here of any of these women walking away from this tournament with the top spot.
Exactly. There's going to be no shortage of motivation. The pairings today could decide everything. Vaishali, as Mike mentioned, is up against Lagno. Lagno in a must-win situation. Maybe that will give some chances to Vaishali. Just the fact that both players will want to press. Divya out of the race, but can she play spoiler to Bibisara? Anna Muzichuk, Zuzhiner, all to play for, both wanting to win. And same for Goryachkina at the bottom there.
And Judith, I won't ask you about Counter-Strike, don't worry. But just a pro tip, if anyone asks you, Judith, you just say you're global elite and leave it at that. And you'll have a lot of respect. That's all you need to talk about. But for the women's pairings today, what do you think? There's so many different possible results from today. What do you think the most likely results will be?
That's something. Well, what is the most likely result? Whatever we think and the opposite of that, more or less. Because, I mean, as we've seen in the last rounds, I mean, there were mistakes done. I mean, Zuzhiner, she was incredibly. I mean, yesterday she had such an advantage. Almost, I mean, we were expecting her to win. She was not able to convert it. And then at some point we said, no, this game goes for 3 results. And she lost. And now she finds herself that she has to score for sure. Or we've seen Bibisara in the last few games. She started to collect points. And of course, towards the end, when you start winning games, it means not only that you're collecting points and you're there in the first place sharing, but also it means that you have extra energy and your opponent can be afraid of you. But of course we see Divya is playing with Bibisara, but Divya has nothing to play for. But still, when you're in the last position of the tournament, you still want to win the game, and she can be proud of herself being a spoiler, and also possibly help to the other Indian rival Vaishali. So anything can happen. It is so open.
And there's the, looks like we've got the polite applause and the potential first moves. I mean, David, look, there's an extra couple of €1,000, I believe, on offer for every half point these players score at the tournament. So even if you're mathematically out of fighting for first place, that's not a bad extra little paycheck.
Exactly. All eyes on the prize. It is all about the title, but the players who maybe aren't in the race for first anymore, the money could be a factor. A bit of pride, a few rating points, world rankings. Those are other factors in the players' minds. And it looks like we're getting ready to go. There's going to be so much motivation, so much focus in the women's. It's rare to see a tournament where so many players in the same round are in must-win situations. And this is going to be unique. The games are off. Round 14 begins.
Excellent. So while the moves are getting started, we have the openings on the board. I'm going to keep myself in the conversation just a while longer today, Judith and David, because we're going to flip the conversation around. Obviously, we're expecting a lot of blood on some boards, but we might be expecting peaceful resolutions on others. So here's my question. Before our second break, so that's around an hour and a half into the broadcast, how many completed draws are we going to get? David, let's start with you.
Okay, I have the access to the openings. I'm going to say at least one game will definitely be a draw by the first hour, maybe 2. I'll say 2.
Oh. Okay, Judith, can you improve on that very wimpy answer from David? Come on, are we going to see 5?
Of course. No. You can always count on me. I go for 3.
Okay. I'm going to split the difference and go 2 because I actually wanted to say 3, and I'm not bold enough to predict 4. I think especially in the women's, there's going to be so much fight that I don't think there's going to be any quick draws. Even at the bottom, I don't think there'll be any quick draws. So we've got 1, 2, and 3 asking a different question in chat today. How many draws by the time we take our second break? Get your answers in. We'll get a poll running and we'll reveal the answers, presumably just before the second break. David, Judith, over to you to discuss our openings. A lot of moves already played.
Thank you, John. We jump into the games. Talking of early draws, I think unlikely in the women's. They're all going to fight. They all have something to play for. Every single matchup has someone in desperate need of a win. But I'm looking, Judith, at the top left board, Vachier Sindarov against Wei Yi, and that's the famous 4 knights variation. And already all knights off the board, all 4 of them gone. Queen's about to leave the board as well. I think that might be potentially our first result.
Well, on that board, I wanted to ask before we started the show, I was wondering how many moves will be there. I will be asking you guys on that. Especially now that I see the position, I can still ask this question, of course. But we have to remember that in the Grand Prix, this was the final match between Sindarov and Wei. They qualified. They were there. That's how the whole thing started for Sindarov, right? He plays there. The players were playing there. 26 or 28 days they were there. The knockout system, that incredible energy you need. And I remember I was also looking back some of the pictures of Sindarov when he was progressing from one match to another. And I remember when I was following and everybody, wow, the young guy, the young Uzbek, he's doing well. And the other Uzbek, Abdusattorov, also doing very well. And they were like head to head, right? And they were incredible. And somehow you could see this incredible energy coming from Sindarov, of course. The pictures after the matches when he was with his coach, Mokidin. And then this was the final match, and he won 2.5, 1.5, even though both of them knew that they are going to be part of the candidates themselves. Irrelevant what the result will be. But of course, to win a Grand Prix, it's something different than to be a runner-up, right? So, and we see here the final game also of this event, but the result is irrelevant again.
Mm-hmm. And that has influenced Sindarov's opening choices. He wasn't playing many 4 knights at the World Cup that you mentioned there, Judith. He was always playing for the win, but here a draw is fine. I think for Wei Yi, like it's been a decent tournament. Nothing special, nothing terrible. Like he beat Yesipenko twice. Other than that, did struggle to win some games. But yeah, just very quick action replay for anyone out there who wants to make a draw against a friend, a grandmaster. If you want to make a draw, have a quick game. This is the opening to choose these days at top level. E4, E5, the 4 knights game, and bishop B5 is the trendy line. There's other moves for black. Bishop C5, bishop B4. Black often plays bishop D6 if they want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, but knight D4, the main line, and knight takes knight, and this is how they got here. All 4 knights. I always thought it was unfair, Judith, that this is called the 4 knights variation, and they're the first to leave the board. And, this is
well, it's like they showed themselves. They are on the board, and then they left.
Exactly. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It's the end of this tournament, at least. And move predictions, Judith. I think there's a no draw before move 40 rule in place, or no agreed draw at least. It could be a repetition. But yeah, this looks like a level position. The only way they can get there, it's either 40 moves, Judith, or they have to find a way to repeat the position.
How did it change your life when there was this rule coming in?
Oof, it didn't change mine much, I've got to say. Like, I kind of told myself when I was about 18 years old I would never offer a draw. So I was already in that mindset when the rule came in, and like maybe it was my early 20s. I was already in that mindset.
Congratulations, David.
Well, then I got old, Judith, and now I've occasionally offer a draw.
Well, and by now you cannot offer a draw. So
exactly. Now I'm not allowed to. I only pick tournaments where the German league, the Bundesliga, it's 20 moves. You can't offer a draw, so you don't have to wait too long, luckily.
Well, the game doesn't look like that they want to sharpen out anytime this game.
It's only bishops left. It's only bishops and pawns. They're not even pausing. And this isn't prep, Judah. I think this is just two players who want to be rock solid. And
And maybe two players who wants to be rock solid and think about the same thing.
yes, they want to be on the beach. They want to be in the sea. They want to be focusing on other stuff. But I've got to say, Judah, it's early days elsewhere, especially in the women's. Those are progressing slower. But in the open candidates, other than the Sindarov Weyi game, it does look quite fun, some of the positions. Some weird ones as well. Prague against Nakamura is crazy. Bluebound doing something I've never
That's
seen before.
crazy.
Yeah, could be a fun round.
That is absolutely crazy.
Okay, where would you like to jump? Do we stick with the sprint, the bullet game of the top left, or do we do we go to some crazier stuff elsewhere?
But I think they are like playing so fast that I'm just waiting them for how, in what form they can come to a conclusion.
Ooh.
I mean, they're playing bullet.
Yeah, and just while this game is still going, because it might not last for too much longer, a good tip for everyone at home, in bishop endgames especially, if you have bishops in general, you want to put pawns on the opposite color to your bishop. Both sides have light squared bishops, so all the pawns are on dark squares. Good strategy by both players. And Judith, the procedure has begun. The bishops are moving back and forth, back and forth. This might be the third time already
Yes.
they've repeated the position. Weiyi's counting on the score sheet. No point claiming yet. Move 31 already. It's taken about 8 minutes for 31 moves. It's the third time we've seen this position as well. Weiyi writes down his
And the
next move.
arbiter will be called.
Yeah. Oh, handshake. I think the arbiter didn't even try to argue there, didn't even try to check the moves. It is a draw. Congrats to the arbiter, most of all, for not standing in front of the camera, but congratulations to Sindarov. He has broken a record, the highest ever score in the modern era of the Candidates Tournament. Now the arbiter stands in front. I jinxed it, Judith. But there we go. I think an expected result here in round 14.
You mean you don't need me for breaking news, David? Like, this is completely and utterly expected? Who would have thought? That said, congratulations to Vachier for making history. As much as we're joking about it, like, this is a pretty big moment for him, Judith.
Absolutely, but you know, one thing I'm missing from chess, and I was thinking about it for a long time, that in sports, in physical sports, you reach the final, like the marathon or the running, right? You just step the final line, and then you can scream, you can jump, you can do anything. And in chess, look what happens. I mean, Sindarov today, of course, he did not want to jump because he knew that he's a champion. But like yesterday when he finished the game, you want to scream, you want to jump, you want to whatever, but you cannot give out this physical energy of you. And here also, he has to shake hands, he has to stay calm. And then only later you can express your happiness. But of course, it must be the most memorable moments of his life in the last few rounds, when it was still a question whether he will keep his lead, and how he can. Well, his last stressful position was against Fabiano when he was playing that endgame, which was quite interesting, and it could have been gone in a different way. But, well, the young man is fantastic, and we're going to be seeing a World Championship title match between two 20 years old, which is a historical news.
Yeah, two 20-year-olds when they play the match later this year. But incredibly, it looks like they've only played each other a couple of times in classical chess, Gukesh and Sindarov. They seem to have been avoiding each other somehow. I think they played in FIDE earlier this year, but yeah, they seem to be on they've had very different paths to the top. Gukesh getting there slightly earlier. But in the meantime, Judith, we have 7 games left. Maybe we'll talk later about the Open. First, let's focus on the women's, where the stakes are extremely high, and the early moves have been fun, I think, especially on this board. But Vaishali against Lagno is This is where we're jumping into. Divya against Bibisara, also very interesting. Bibisara playing quite risky despite being in the lead with black. And Anna Muzichuk Zuzhina is one of my favorite openings, the C3 Sicilian. But let's start here, Judith. It's a Sicilian dragon, which is always a rare guest, but a fun guest at the top level these days.
Yesterday I was visiting before the round. I don't know if it's correct in English, the puppet theater, like they have all kind of handmade things. And actually it was for age group 10 to 14, but it has a related to chess. And the reason I'm sharing this with you, because it was a dragon which had to be killed in order to be able to get over on the fear of the girl who wanted to compete in the chess tournament. And in her dreams, she had that her opponent was playing the dragon and she lost. But that was only a dream, a nightmare most. So now it's a question whether is it going to be a nightmare for any of the player, or Vaishali will be able to conquer and kill the dragon.
I must admit, Judith, before we even talk about the Sicilian dragon, the opening, I think I was very young when I learned that Santa Claus didn't exist. I think I was very young, when I realized the Tooth Fairy didn't exist. But dragons, I think because maybe I heard it every day in chess, for years, I think I was in my late teens when I realized that they weren't real, or that they... I thought they just gone extinct or something. I genuinely thought dragons were like dinosaurs or something, and that they...
David, dragons are real. Only the fire doesn't come from their mouth.
Yeah, let's see if this Sicilian dragon can breathe some fire. Judith, quick action replay. Can't believe I'm confessing this. E4 c5. We see a pure Sicilian dragon. We've seen some accelerated dragons at top level recently, but this is a pure Sicilian dragon. And I want to ask your opinion, because there's already a crossroads here. White can play bishop c4 if she wants to stop d5. This was kind of the main line when I was growing up. But queen d2, I think this is the Yugoslav attack, and this allows d5 breaking out. And this is quite rare. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, and bishop to c4. Okay, there's a pin on the d file, I understand, but I guess the idea is to play bishop b3 and just block the queen side. It does look like black gets a strong center, though. Judith, what were your experiences with the dragon, and what are you expecting from this clash?
I was playing dragon. I could be maybe somewhere, I don't know, maybe I was 16, 17, maybe earlier. One of my trainers played the dragon. Of course, I liked to play against it very much, and I won in different ways. But then somehow I also played it myself. And but of course, without allowing, usually in those times, people were not allowing d5, this line, for black to be played. And I'm wondering also that occurs, I don't know, I haven't seen Lucknow playing too much of a dragon. I don't know what we know about that. But let's face it, it's last round. We have to make it very clear to everyone that a last round is always different from any other round just by itself. And now, out of the 8 players, mathematically 6 players can win the event, which is just unbelievable. And Lucknow is a great player, no question about that. She knows also that if with black she wants to win, there is no other way than to play something which is kind of a surprise. And also the opening is not 1 e4, e5 and Petrov, right? Or Berlin. But you have to give the opponent the choice how and which direction she's going. So it was a very serious decision by her. Bishop c4, I think it's a surprise. To be honest, when I was still in competition, I understood only that mainly the e takes d5 line is the only line which can work. Bishop c4, maybe in modern chess it's played, but I don't know, probably e6 is possible to strengthen the center, for example. But I think it's a very big question also how Vaishali is handling the situation. And of course, we always talk about that. how to play with white also, being number 1 seeded in the tournament. Are you ready to play the playoff? Do you want to win? How much are you going to be pushing to play for a win? How you're handling, if, for example, in 5 moves, there is a way of going to sure draw. Is she going to be going to a sure draw, or she's keeping an eye on the other game, how Bibisara is doing? Because if she's winning, then she needs to win as well. So this is a very tricky situation when you have to follow the other opponent, also your rivals. And they also have to have in their hand, if she wins, I draw this, what happens? So there are many plays going on. So you don't only play on the chessboard, but also you have to be aware of outside of the chessboard and checking on the other games, which is a very different situation. And it you have to also have to have very good nerves.
Yes, very good nerves. I agree. And Judith, that's why I may be slightly surprised because, well, by both players here, Vaishali is going into quite a double-edged variation. Maybe she's just very well prepared, but there's some risk attached to any open Sicilian. Like a draw with white wouldn't necessarily be the worst result in the world, depending on Bibisara. That might guarantee Vaishali at least a playoff, but she's taking a risk. On Lagno's side, like I would think, okay, she's playing the tournament situation. She's playing the last round. She's going for something fiery, like the dragon, Sicilian dragon. But I don't know, positionally, I think maybe would be where her strengths lie compared to Vaishali's. Like Vaishali, when she struggled this tournament, it's been more maybe strategic stuff rather than tactics, which she's fantastic at. So I'm a bit surprised on both sides, but I agree. Like last rounds, with your point there, it's all about nerves. And I actually went through 3 years in my career where I was always fighting for first place every final round of tournament, mostly open tournaments, Gibraltar and others, European individual championship. But I didn't win a last round for 3 years. Like, and it was just this mental block. Like I would always choke or get scared or tense up or either take too much risk or too little risk, or it was tough. So it's going to be fascinating. This game especially is going to be fun.
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to say that from this perspective, I think it's much easier to play it for Lucknow. Because for Lucknow, there is no choice. You either win or it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So when you have this clarity, it's just, you have to win. It's like when I was playing, when you play in these knockout events, when I played in 2009 in the World Cup against Boris, which he won actually. I played against him. I lost my first game with the black pieces. Next day, it's double or nothing. It's either you win and you have a chance for a playoff, or you can go home. Literally go home. And then what I did, I said, okay, I go for it. And I made this special preparation. I made some surprises to him, but it was easy to play because I knew that I have to make every decision of mine has to be in order to give opportunity to make a mistake for Boris or to surprise him or to sharpen things. And then it was easy. Of course, it was not easy, but it was easy where I'm heading to. And this is a very difficult story for Vaishali or Bibisara also, but Bibisara playing with black, right? So you are waiting what is the opening and you'll see. But with white, how you're going to be, are you really playing for a win? Are you really want to just keep the position because you want to see what's going on the other board? Or you make a draw and then you feel stupid because Bibisara, let's say, wins. And then you say, oh my God, I didn't even try it, right? So for Vaishali, psychologically, it's a much, much more difficult position than from anybody else in this round.
Yeah, I agree. She's the one who has to look at other boards. Lagno can just sit here, just focus, doesn't care about other results. And yeah, even the top players, like you say, Judith, can struggle. I remember 2013 in London watching the candidates and Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Kramnik, they both level joint first. They were looking at each other's games. They both got nervous. They both lost. And Magnus won on tiebreak. So the leaders, it's not always an easy position to be in. Before we move away from this game, just to mention, e6, like you said, is the main move. Just to cement the central pawn, bishop to b3. I guess the idea is to drop back. And there have been quite a lot of grandmaster games. It tends to be like only very high titled players playing this. And here, black tends to play queen c7 or bishop b7. White goes h4, and okay, maybe rook d8. This does get a bit spicier, but the eval bar is on white's side, Judith. And I remember when I used to analyze the Sicilian Dragon, computers always said white was better until they went. Then it becomes very, 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 very double-edged. Often black, if she gets an attack, can turn things around very quickly. So yeah, this is one to watch, this game.
So now I'm going to ask you this question. What do you think? Who will win the women's section? Okay, I will also tell my guess. When John asked in the beginning, I said, well, it's not clear, but of course it's not clear, and it will not be clear until the last move is done. But intuition. Pre-event, I thought Anna Muzichuk, that was my intuition, but she's had a really bad few days. I don't think she's going to win it anymore. I think after seeing the first few minutes here, I think Vaishali. How about you, Judith? You also, I wanted to say that also. So I have to say something else.
You can say the same. It could be Vaishali. She's got white. She's got her prep in. She's got a big time advantage already, 15 minutes up on the clock. And let's jump.
I will say in this case that it's Bibisara.
Ooh, let's go. Let's go to Bibisara's game in that case. Because I'm not sure about the opening, Judith. Just very quick action replay. Clearly Divya's been in prep, but d4, this feels like must win for Bibisara, the way she's playing, but a draw wouldn't be the worst result odds-wise. She would have to hope Vaishali doesn't win. But she's taken big risks in the opening. This whole kind of, I don't even know what to call it, this Benoni incoming, like this not yet Benoni.
But I think she got a surprise in the beginning with g3. d4, g3.
g3, yeah. I agree. And maybe it's because she likes King's Indians from time to time, or maybe, I know she has played it. I don't know whether she would have done today, but g6, white has this extra option of playing e4, and without the c4 pawn, putting the knight in e2, which looks like Divya was going to do, judging on what happened in the game. c5 instead. I think I've had this position, and I've taken on c5 and just knight c3, e4, but she goes for space, Divya. And a4 looks like it was preparation. So maybe this is something Bibisara has done before. But instant moves here from Divya. She was blitzing all of this. Castles, rook b8, trying to build for b5. White clamps down. And knight ec3. And I don't know about this next move, Judith. Like, up to now, okay, black is struggling to get b5 in. I understand. Like, knight e8, knight c7 is one idea to try and get that. Although maybe white will just put the knight on a3 and smile. That pawn break might not happen. But e6 is another pawn break. But queen c7, what's the queen doing on that square? I don't really understand. It's rare simple in this pawn structure.
She wants to play e6, and the d6 is defended.
Okay. Now I understand. But the queen is still misplaced on this square. Feels like maybe she should have been playing e6 earlier.
But you know, it's also tricky for Bibisara. What should she be playing for? I mean, she looks at her opponent. Of course, everybody is very tired. This is game number 14. They had tons of free days also between. So they are here ready for about 3 weeks' time. Divya played pretty interesting, and she won some critical games also. But in the last 5 rounds, she lost 4 and 1 draw. So what do you do against an opponent? Are you ready to risk it and go even to a suspicious opening? And then you say, okay, I play and we'll see what happens. Or you want to play very objectively and say, I play more for a draw. Because with black, it's not so easy to play for a win. Most often, it means that if you want to play for a win, you have to go 2 steps back. So you have a worse position first. And then somehow in the middle game, you outplay your opponent. You're waiting for a mistake, which you're going to be reacting on.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was talking to someone, this is many years ago now, but they called it the momentum theory. Like, if you start being worse, your opponent has it in their mind. They're like, oh, they're playing terribly. Oh, I've got such a beautiful position. Then first you equalize, and they're like, oh, wait, something's gone wrong. It's equal, but they feel that they've gone wrong, and you feel like you're in the up.
and then yeah, if things start to continue that momentum, I think they can turn. And just like Zhu Xin's game yesterday, it is an interesting strategy, Judith. I think maybe I'm biased just because I like space in general, and feels like White's got a lot of choice here. Just h3, rook e1, can bring the bishop out at some point. Knight d2 or knight a3, like if easy moves, but yeah, it's going to be a tense game. All the pieces on the board for a long time on this one, and already we see Bibisara looking at other games. That's interesting. She's looking at other boards, trying to understand where she fits in all of this tournament standings scenarios.
It's not so easy to follow to focus on your own game and not to be disturbed by the other games. At the same time, you have to keep the control what is happening on the other boards, right? Because obviously, if Vaishali, let's say, in 5 moves, she's winning, then it is very clear for Bibisara that she doesn't matter whether she has a good position, bad position. She has only one thing: she has to play for a win. So it's very tricky, and we've seen in so many games that whatever the way started in hour 3 and in hour 4, it's turning around from going back and forth. And in those cases, we were not talking about last round stress level.
True. It's only going to be multiplied 100 times, the stress, the pressure. Yeah, maybe we come back to this game a bit later. Not too much happening yet in terms of direct action. Let's zoom out to the bird's eye view. We've seen the 2 games of the leaders, Vaishali and Bibisara Assaubayeva. We will come to the other 2 games, of course, vital for the standings as well. But in the meantime, John, we've seen the opening stages, players thinking for themselves now. The tournament's only going to heat up. What are you expecting in the next portion of this round?
It's actually heating up a little bit faster than I anticipated. Love that we see a dragon in the final round. That's always going to be fun to see, regardless of the result, win, lose, or draw. We always like to see those kind of positions, and it's going to be fascinating to see how the game develops from there. Obviously, we've had at least one draw already, but, you know, who can blame Javier? He's just made history as well as winning the tournament. He's going to presumably enjoy his tennis or paddle for the rest of the day. 7 games left to go, folks, and a lot of action on the boards today. I even see an h4 getting shoved up the board, which is going to delight us upon our return. So a lot of preparation and a lot of fun openings on the board here in round number 14 of the FIDE Candidates. And speaking of openings, you see these GMs right here? They don't just play openings, they own them. And now you can too. The new Chessable Repertoire tool lets you organize your openings exactly like the pros do. So no more messy notes, no more forgotten lines. Yeah, right, I'm not sure about me. It's sleek, it's powerful, and it's designed to make sure that you're never caught off guard again. Build your world-class repertoire today at go.chess.com/repertoire, or just type !repertoire in the chat right now. I see we haven't changed the what we need to type in the chat. I was trying to go for !help my opening suck. We'll see if we can get that sorted for tie breaks. But check them out right now, folks, and we'll be back in a few minutes for more action from the final round of the candidates.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri, the King's Indian, like Nakamura, and the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
That's the only record I have.
Well done, but come on.
Awesome.
Okay.
Youngest ever player to get to 2,500 FIDE.
She's so tricky. 2,600, I know.
Youngest player to get 2,500. Wow.
2,500, that's not so easy, actually.
I don't know who this is, but since I don't lose money for guessing like in Jeopardy, I'll just take a guess anyway. 2,500 youngest?
Unless like Skorchev crossed it very recently. I'm guessing it's 11.
Can it be Mishra?
Maybe it's Faustino. I'm gonna guess Faustino.
Faustino Oro?
I'll just guess Faustino. It's probably wrong, but I'll guess Faustino Oro. Who is Faustino Oro?
It's actually Fausti Oro.
Oh, okay.
11 years, 11 months, and 10 days. Not even 12 years old. Who's the youngest ever Grandmaster?
So the youngest ever Grandmaster at the moment is Abhimanyu Mishra from the United States of America.
Mishra, right?
Mishra?
Mishra broke the record. I'm assuming he still has it. Abhimanyu Mishra?
Yeah, correct. 12 years, 4 months.
Who's the youngest women's world champion ever?
Youngest women's world champion.
I think it's Gaprindashvili.
Who is known as Gaprindashvili?
Chiburdanidze or Gaprindashvili, some of these Georgians.
I think Chiburdanidze had the record. She beat Gaprindashvili when she was 17 or something, but I think Huifan was 16 when she beat Humpy.
Oh, fine.
Correct. 16 years and 300 days.
That's why I thought it was a trick question. She was the obvious answer, but I thought, okay.
Who's the youngest player to defeat a Grandmaster in classical chess?
The youngest player to ever defeat a Grandmaster in a classical game.
Faustino Oro.
It's either Faustino or Mishra or something. Faustino, maybe.
I'm going to say, who is Ethan Pang?
I don't know who it is, but I'm gonna guess that person was 7 years old.
His name is Ashwant Kaushik. He's from Singapore. He was 8 years old and 6 months.
Not even 7, I mean. Well done, but come on.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. We have the results of the poll that asked how many draws will have concluded basically by the time we take our second break, so a second hour in. And already chat is on a tightrope. 32% of you said 0, already can't be 0, or more than 3. So David, Judith, and I have 1 to 3 covered in the middle. If it's 4 or more, then chat wins. But, well, you've got an hour and a bit for at least 3 more games to end in draws. And take a look at some of these positions. They mean business. And I can also see queenside castling. I see H-pawns shoved up the board. David, Judith, this is an absolute delight to choose from. Back to you.
Exactly. John, you're 100% right about that. A lot of life left in the remaining games. I think chat might indeed be in trouble. Hard to see any of the 7 games ongoing ending anytime soon. The open game's a lot of fun, Judith, but the women's, of course, is where the highest stakes are at. Where would you like to go to next? Which game catches your eye?
From the women's section?
From either?
Or
maybe
from any section?
Maybe we
of course,
just
I want to see Pragnananda's game.
Me too.
Because there is a queen hanging.
Let's do it.
Just for a change. It was a queen sacrifice.
Okay, queen sacrifice. We plan to mostly focus on the on the women's, but if there is a queen sacrifice, we have to jump. And okay, it's currently check. I was going to say it's going to be bishop and rook for the queen. Nakamura's got a huge attack though against the white king. We'll have to backtrack a bit later, Judith, because there's a weird rook on h2. I don't know if this is all prep, because Nakamura's only spent just over 10 minutes for 22 moves. And we're headed for the endgame now. The queen sacrifice was very short-lived. She's off the board. Okay. I'm trying to quickly count. This is a weird pawn structure. Julia, it looks like it's now level pawns currently. After all of those fireworks. And what do you expect now? White has a very strong passed e-pawn. But black's rook is much better than the white rook right now.
Yeah, indeed. At the same time, white will be playing, I think, g4, bishop takes e4, king g8, very nice move. Very nice move. And the reason is because after bishop e4, king e4, if white would have an extra move, then it would be rook f2. So if rook a2, then rook f2. But black king is coming to f7, reaching the square e6. Yeah, that pawn would be dangerous.
Yeah, so king f7. And king e6, and suddenly I think white needs to be a bit careful, but yeah, should still be within the realms of a draw. This must be preparation, Judith. Can we maybe take an action replay of that queen sacrifice?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and okay, I just want to check which opening we started with, because okay, it's been a lot of moves, but very quickly, queen's gambit declined. Every round, everyone seems to be debating this opening. Nakamura's played this h6 move a few times now, used it to draw against Sindarov, so that's why Prag was able to predict and prepare. G3 also played in that game. Wow, all of this. We've seen this line, well, actually here it's a slightly different move order, but in that Sindarov-Nakamura game, also quick draw, we saw castles, d takes c4, knight e5, and knight c6, and lots of exchanges, simplifications on that square. So knight e5 first from Prag. Very interesting. Knight c6 anyway. Knight takes c5 blocking. Okay, I've never seen this before. Like, never even dreamed of this opening before. e5. D takes e5. Knight g4. Queen d4. Holding the 2 pawns. f6, only move, of course, from Nakamura. Both players had spent like just 1 minute, 2 minutes at this point. They barely paused. Rook b8, h3. F takes e5, F takes e5, knight f2. Now we understand why the rook moved to h2. Crazy stuff.
I was also wondering, how did that rook come to h2? What was the motivation?
I thought it must have captured a knight or something. I don't know why, but knight e4, knight takes bishop e3. Okay, holding everything together. White's still a pawn up. Bishop f5, castles. We see queenside castling. John mentioned that, and we've seen it in a few boards now. Yesipenko also, Vaishali This is one of 3 queenside castling, but bishop g5, queen sacrifice, queen c4, check, king moves, rook takes queen. Okay, modern preparation is wild. Prague spent 13 minutes a bit earlier, but now they started blitzing again. Rook back to d2 since the rook was going to disappear anyway to block the check. Rook d8. Yeah, black's going to have a rook and bishop for the queen, so too strong, the attack. White's king, no defenders, so the queen had to be given back, and this is how we got here. For everyone at home, I'm not sure I can recommend studying this opening. I don't think it'll ever happen again at any level, but this has been fun, Judah. And a lot of people were discussing over the last few days, like, has opening preparation gone up another level, like, in this candidates? I think it has. Like, there was a trend of less forcing lines, but there's been a lot of more concrete, deeper preparation examples in this candidates tournament.
Yeah, actually, the opening preparation, I think it's continuously somehow changing. Also with the next generation who comes in, and also, for example, Sindarov is a player. Gukesh is more of a classical player and keeping his respect for the classical chess. But in Sindarov's case, I mean, that's one thing that all these top guys play: bullet chess, blitz chess, rapid chess, which also, I think, changes their way of thinking and connecting to openings. For example, they have different openings for classical game than to rapid game, than to blitz game, than for different time controls. They have very different approaches, I believe. But also, for example, Sindarov, I was fortunate to see him playing freestyle chess, which also gives a lot to their thinking skills, I think, and also to the approach of openings, because they expand the different patterns and new patterns which was never existed for them, because freestyle became now a little bit more popular. It always, I know a lot of people who were happy to play, but I think, for example, freestyle chess, which means, well, for our audience, if somebody doesn't know, then the first row pieces is just completely shuffled. It can be in any order, but you have to have one black square bishop and one white square bishop, and the king has to be between the 2 rooks. So it gives such a complicated new ideas and new understanding to chess, where your pieces are completely randomly standing, like if it would, like from the sky, it would just land on the board wherever it can, right? And I think also it changes their way of thinking. They understand that, you know what, any piece is standing badly, it can recover. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of my understanding. It's a matter of the opponent, how well they understand it. So when I was a kid, it was opening preparation was about objectivity. And of course, we were not able to fulfill that requirement because we are humans. And after that, we have engines. It's more about the human aspect. Can I make a surprise? Can I outperform with my engine? Do I understand the position better than the opponent? Because I understand the evaluation. This is what we've seen, I think, which was one of the critical game between Sindarov and Pragnananda. They ended up in a position, move 15. Sindarov sacrificed the piece. It was no surprise for Pragnananda. But somehow Sindarov had a better understanding of the position, of the equalish evaluated position, right? So it is a lot of change in preparation and in approach. Like, what are you ready to play? What is the moment that you're ready to stop your preparation and you say, okay, I have my self-confidence. I'm going to be outplaying my opponent. And this is why I think it will be also so interesting for me to follow the World Championship match between 2 20-year-olds, because they are not going to be using their huge experience in anything, right? Because they're so young. They are developing their experience in years. It's not that they have so much information, they sort it out. They have different periods of their life before they expanded their opening preparation. No, they are just developing their character, their chess understanding, broadening everything. It's interesting.
Yeah, I especially love what you said there, Judah, about the opening preparation. Like everything is basically equal. Like we joke about it a lot. Everything's 0.0 anyway. So it's just understanding, like you said, the human aspect. Like what is more equal? What is more 0-0 for white or more for black? Which position's easier to play? What suits my style? What suits their style? What can I handle? Even if it goes wrong, like where's the risk? And the youngsters, like that's why I was so impressed with Gukesh in 2024. Like the whole year, his openings, they didn't look anything special, but there was always an idea, or he'd analyzed very deeply. There was always difficult questions for the opponent. And I think Sindarov's found that same balance. It's like nothing too special in the openings, but I mean, against Prague, he had two very complicated positions, two very wild openings, and he knew that Prague has struggled. Like it's clear, like watching lots of Prague's games, last candidates, this candidates, Prague struggles these days in these massive imbalances. Feels like maybe trying to do a bit too much. So Sindarov got that advantage. Sindarov against Fabi knew maybe that Fabi doesn't like to be on the back foot being attacked. So he was able to get that. Against Hikaru, Hikaru sacked a couple of pawns but wasn't comfortable. Sindarov was. Yeah, it's fascinating how modern preparation is changing, but also how the youngsters turn it in their favor. It's not just memory test, like bang, 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 I win. It's just, okay, we get to a position and here, Judith, it's equal, it's 0.0. It's an end game, probably a draw, but which side is more equal? Which side would you prefer playing on?
Thank you for the question. I was also thinking to ask you about this question. I would take black because I think King G8 was a really important move from psychological point of view, mainly.
Yeah, agree. And yeah, also the clock times show that psychologically Prague is coming to terms with the fact he might not be better. If he's not better, then he probably wants to wrap up the game with a draw quickly before things start turning. He looks away. Rook takes a2, easy move for black. King f7. Like when I look at a position and I think it's equal, I'm just like, who's got the easier moves? Black's going to take the pawn, going to bring the king. What's white doing? It's like maybe g4, maybe bishop takes e4, maybe just rook h1, rook round. I don't know. Lots of choice.
You know, maybe when Pragnananda was looking out, maybe he was looking out for his sister. How is she doing? And I'm also thinking maybe we should also look out to her game. What do you think?
Let's do it. There have been some...
Because there is a big exchanging happening there, and maybe some real action and important moments could be.
Yeah, let's jump into that game. There was a long think from Lagno. Here we see the current position. Lagno thought, if we go back to where we left it, she thought for 32 minutes on bishop e6. We were mainly just talking about e6. But after bishop b3, I guess, Judah, it's hard to know what to do to propel the black pawns forward. Maybe if black is stuck and can't push these pawns, then white has this easy plan of harry the h-pawn, bishop h6, trade off, and go for checkmate. Typical dragon stuff. So bishop e6 she tried. Question mark given, but feels harsh. It has been played before, I see here. Has been played by some grandmasters like David Paravian, Sina Move Ahead, Arian Tari. They've had this position. So e takes d5. Vaishali did think for a while though, so she's finally maybe out of prep and everything coming off the board. What do you think black is going to do here to try and justify the pawn sacrifice?
But Vaishali was not spending much time yet. She spent what, 6 minutes?
Yeah, with the increment it's a bit more, but yes, she spent 7 minutes on e takes d5, so only 6 minutes since the game began. Rook b8 played, big threat. I think bishop b3 would be quite a natural one here, probably the most obvious move. Judith?
Yeah, that seems to be the most obvious move. For sure.
Yeah, the whole idea, I think,
the queen
c4.
Yeah, queen moves away, then somehow bishop d4 is always something that white is trying to block the bishop on g7.
So one question is bishop d4.
Though maybe bishop f4. One after queen c7 is better.
Oh, yes, definitely. Forcing the exchange on white's terms, just easier to handle then. Okay, so where should the black queen go?
C8?
C8.
Okay. Threatening to take and take. King. I don't know if the king's safe from b1. Normally it is in the in the open Sicilian, but
I like king b1.
yeah, king b1 does feel a bit scary. But white never has to move the bishop. It's going to be there forever as a blockader. a5, maybe just take it. I say maybe because Judah, I'm not sure. So many open lines against the white king.
Yeah, but maybe black does not have enough compensation.
Mm-hmm. It's like the Sindarov game. Where are all the knights? Where are all the knights? Okay. Apparently, our feature chat is telling us white has won all 8 games that have ever reached this position. Yeah, I can see a few of them in the database here. White has 100% score from this position, which is, wow, that is telling. But thank you, chat, pointing us out. Always nice to know some opening stats. I think a great start for Vaishali. Like, she out-prepared Lagno. It's a tactical position, or at least she'll be able to use tactics to try and simplify, keep her extra pawn Judith. I think it's all going well for her so far.
Yeah, and I think it's very important that after queen b3, black cannot go to c7 nor to b6, a5, which would be, o3 would be on the diagonal, the active squares for black, and preparing the rook d8. And while this is not possible for black and has to go queen c8 to avoid the queen exchange, then king b1, and again black is not able to play rook d8 because it's a simplification and white has just extra pawns. So this is a problem for black because that's where the rook belongs, to d8.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems that in this move order and in this way that after bishop c4 black gave up the pawn, it somehow seems like white has more tempes than usually she has.
Mm-hmm. Just interesting note, there was one game here, instead of rook b8, played after queen to b8, which is quite interesting. And maybe this would have been a better version, Judith, just because in this position, maybe the a pawn is easier to push down the board.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other rook, you mentioned that as a problem. Now it can go to c8, and at least there's going to be more action on these files. And this looks like the direction perhaps Lagno should have gone in order to justify the pawn sacrifice. Bishop b3.
But maybe after queen b8, wasn't there bishop d4 option? Or
mm-hmm. Bishop d4, nice, best move. And gets a bit weird after rook d8, apparently.
Oops.
But
what
I mean, it's
mean?
still... yeah. Bishop takes g7, rook takes d5, bishop back to d4. Apparently white's still better. Not so surprising. But at least opposite color bishops maybe more chances to create some imbalance, as long as black doesn't get mated herself. Whoops.
Interesting that queen b8 was possible.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lagno played it very fast, rook b8, isn't she?
Yeah, 1 minute after thinking a long time earlier. I mean, maybe she could also try to take and just put her queen on c7 if she really wanted the queen here, but there's a similar line, I think, yeah, from other variations with the bishops on still f1, c8, where this is a known line, and queen c5 is quite as good solution. Although, yeah, maybe this looks easier for black compared to the game. At least the rooks have access to squares. It's nice to get rid of this b3 bishop. It's nice that that's not on the board for black.
Interesting that Vaishali is thinking in the position, in the game position, because I don't see any other move than bishop b3.
c3 is so weakening. b3 is almost unthinkable. b3 looks like it might just lose on the spot to, like, I don't know, queen d6 or something. Coming in. Yeah, c3, but that looks a bit ugly. Judith gives black sacrificial ideas. Already black would be a lot better.
Yeah, it looks crazy.
It looks wild to weaken the king like this. I don't know, queen a5.
already got to start looking at like bishop takes c3, queen a5, bishop f5, keep the bishop on. Rook b2 ideas later. Sacrifice. Yeah, she's got to play bishop b3, but maybe this is just, I mean, it's not the nerves making her play bad moves. She will play bishop b3. I'm 100% sure of that. It's just last round, it slows you down a bit. You start double checking things, and you want to be 100% sure on every single move, right?
Yeah, and also she knows that she's ahead in time also, so there is no rush anywhere.
Yeah.
From this perspective, and of course she's careful and double checking, triple checking. I mean, there is quite a lot at stake. Maybe we can go and jump until she's thinking to the other very important, crucial game. Because Bibisara against Divya, it seems like things getting interesting for black also. The d4 square can be occupied with, well, with the rook, or maybe one day to have the knight going to g8, e6, c6, e7, c6, knight, d4.
Yeah, long journey, but if it gets there, then beautiful. And the black pawn's actually, like, it looks weird, Judith, but this does a nice job of keeping any outposts from the white knights. This is...
I have a question to you.
Sure.
Don't you have too many knights in this position with white?
Yes. I would
Where
love to...
do you want to go with your knight?
I literally can't think of a good square to put it on. Like probably... I don't know, f3, but that's not because I have much choice. If Judith, I think you make a good point. Like if one set of knights were disappeared, like if black's knight wasn't on the board and white's b1 knight was also traded, then okay, there's one hole, but black can't plant a knight there, so the bishops would be a bit stuck behind the double pawns. That would be a huge improvement for white. You're right. I have no answer to your question. No good answer.
Yeah, because for example, in this position, we've seen in other rounds in different format having double pawns. And I know some people who simply say, oh, I hate to have double pawns. But there are such a big differences between double pawns and double pawns, right? Because now, for example, it is much better for black to have their pawn on e6 than if it would be on f7. Because
True.
the d5 square, the control over of that square is just so essential. Even though the black c8 bishop is blocked, okay, she's going to play bishop d7, bishop c6, or b6, bishop b7. And at some point, of course, rook will come to d8 and to double on the d file. And how, when the e6 pawn can be vulnerable or weakness. We cannot talk about weakness for a long, long, long time.
Also, the white bishop isn't happy. Like, the knight's not happy either, but what's this white bishop? Like, what's the future? Like, maybe at some point h4, bishop h3, just to put pressure on this pawn, but it's easily defended, and there's no other diagonal ever, really. White doesn't have pawn breaks. Like, f4 will only help black open up the dark squared bishop. And, yeah, there's no b4. There's hard to find a plan. It reminds me, Judith, this pawn structure of, I'm trying to remember who it was, but someone even sacrificed, like, played this rook d4. Was it Petrosian? Was it? And just allowed knight takes d4, and the pawns became even stronger. I just assume it's Petrosian. Positional exchange.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of games of that in some way to occupy such a beautiful outpost and then even give up the rook for a knight. But I'm not sure, actually, that I would like to do that with black. I keep that in mind, but I think it only works from my end with black if I can sacrifice the rook on d4, but I also gain, for example, the e4 pawn after that. Or I have to get something more than just having the protected passed pawn.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to remember, maybe chat can help me out. Rook d4 positional sacrifice in this type of pawn structure. I think there it was like a last resort because black had some
horrible weaknesses that were about to start dropping off if the rooks had come off the board. But yeah, what do you make of the last few moves, Judith? Because just to take us very briefly back, we left it after queen c7, which I wasn't a huge fan of, but e6, like you said, is coming. h3, e6, and I'm not sure I would really ever think about taking on e6 here unless d6 is immediately a target. She did hit that pawn, but after knight e5, maybe because she's scared of the knight coming around to d4 quickly, she just took it. And Divya's been spending a long time and some big positional decisions that may be fine for now objectively, but long term have big consequences.
I don't know. I think I would be playing it rather to play it with black. What side do you take?
Yeah, I would take black as well. Even though I like my nice pawn structures, like you said, the pawns are quite strong here, and the bishop pair, not much right now, but black's bishop has some potential. I just see
It
like
will show
long
up.
term. Yeah, it will show up.
It will show up
Easier
on
to play.
h6.
Or d8. Quick moves. It feels like
Maybe
white might
she
have
wants
to play.
to.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry?
Go on. She wants. She has a plan in mind, you think?
I thought that maybe her plan is to go back to c8, but I don't really understand why she's not planning to put her bishop on c6.
Mm-hmm. I don't like it because now white. I mean, I've been looking for a plan for white. Maybe playing a5, and then playing like queen e3, knight b3. I understand there maybe a rook does land on d4 with a queen on e3, but at least white has something to play for there, rather than right now, like maybe knight b3, knight a4. I don't know if black could have stopped this plan with a5 at all, but yeah, she's blitzing Bibisara. That's normally a sign that you don't want any tension, you just want to trust yourself. But yeah, it's not going to be one-way traffic, even if it looks quite nice for black right now.
Yeah, at the same time, also I understand that she wants to bring her rook to d8 from b8 because the other rook is well placed on the half of open line. Fine.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like Bibisara up a lot on the clock. She's up, 25 minutes right now, 26 minutes. Both the leaders have huge time advantages. Judah, if one of them wins, then that spoils the party for the other players on the other two boards we haven't seen so far. But just in case Vaishali or Bibisara or both don't win, maybe we can check out the other boards to see what's going on there. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have Anna Muzichuk against Zhu Jiner and Goyachkina against Tan Zhongyi. The Goyachkina game doesn't look too thrilling. That was a Petrov, I believe. And okay, instead we're going to jump to Muzichuk against Zhu Jiner. And okay, just a very quick opening thing, Judith, because this was interesting. Zhu Jiner showing she wants to win because against the c3 Sicilian, which Anna's been playing a long time actually. Yeah, she plays d5, this modern trendy pawn sacrifice, and knight f6. And this is one of the reasons I no longer play the c3 Sicilians so much myself, I must admit. But white has various ways to cling on to this pawn. Personally, I quite like d4 with a trap, like black should take on d5. C takes d4 is a slight mistake, objectively, because after a check, white drops back to c4, and this is quite a nice position for white. Black is very cramped. But okay, she gave back the pawn, Anna Muzichuk, and especially because she's in a must-win situation, I'm a bit surprised. She spent a long time, and after a6, just dropped back bishop to e2, and it became a very standard position. So if we catch up with the live position, I'll fast forward now. What do you make of this? Knight to a4, some pressure on the b6 pawn, but black looks very well organized in general. Looks like, yeah, rook d8, maybe bishop f4 at some point. Black should be solid.
I would go knight e4, I think, now. After the knight went away, left the e4 square available for my knight. Unless you have knight b6 and c5, if that's too powerful.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
That's the question.
C5. Knight D5.
Knight D5, yeah. And who's happier? Unclear. Knights look very strong.
Yeah.
But the bishops have good potential if they can stay on the board. Yeah. Knight E4. Why did the bar rise in white's favor? Very interesting. Very natural move. Queen D4. Is that too weird? Just to try and pressurize B6.
I also understand why you said bishop F4, but
But yeah, maybe it just helps white slightly. Like the white queen's also quite nice on E3, keeping black tied down. Okay, who would you rather pick? Like we can see like easy moves: knight E4, bishop F4, rook D8. Lots of choice, but who do you think's the happier of the two, Judith?
well,
Especially with
I
with the
believe,
tournament situation in mind.
yeah, generally speaking, for Tushiner, I think it's a good position, taking account of the tournament situation.
Yeah.
But for Anna, she has to win. There is no way to think about anything else. And probably that will also not be enough, but she knows that that's the only thing she can play for.
Yeah. And normally when both players need to win, something a bit crazy happens a bit later. Normally someone takes a risk and either it works out or it gets punished. So we'll see. Tushiner, yeah, I'm expecting maybe just rook to D8 before deciding whether to go knight E4 or bishop F4. And yeah, it's very, very tense position. Maybe just a quick peek in over at Goyachkina Tanjongi, but I don't think we'll stay there too long. I'll jump straight there. Yeah, Goyachkina looking away. It's a typical Petrov. Judith, white is maybe slightly better symbolically. Like knight F5 is coming, but black doesn't have many weaknesses, and maybe not the position you want when you're in a must-win situation with white.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the symmetrical positions are not very promising if one side does not simply blunder something.
Like queen F8 looks quite healthy. Rook E8 coming. Knight F5, probably just G6 is fine. Like white has the E file, but hard to imagine it becoming too important. Yeah, this doesn't look so impressive. Maybe queen to A4 is a little annoying though. Just a little tickle of the pawn structure. I can tell you're not super enthusiastic, Judith. I'm not either, but this is the position Goyachkina finds herself in. Even a win is unlikely to be enough.
I think at this point, after queen A4, I may even play B5. What is my problem?
5. Queen in.
Okay, after queen C8, I think white is better because takes, knight F5 and knight E7.
Yeah. Very concrete.
And then knight E7 takes, rook E7, and knight E5 is also there.
Yeah.
Or knight G5.
Yeah, maybe knight G5 is, yeah. Just in time. If black had one more move and played king F8, total draw, but knight G5 and some issues.
Yes, is a one-time P move. Game.
Yes. That's why it always confuses me or makes me laugh, Judith, when everyone's like, oh, it's a miracle. Just by one tempo, it was a miracle you were winning. It's a miracle you were equal by one tempo. But it's like, yeah.
So lucky.
Exactly. So lucky. Yeah, but I saw it coming 20 moves away and I knew I was just in time. It's part of the game. Part of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Possibly she's thinking about like queen c8, and then just putting the bishop back on f8, or queen, yeah, I don't know, queen d8 maybe, and then just put the queen on c7, bishop on f8, pawn on g6. Solid.
Yeah, in these positions, the question is for black that she has to be accurate. Because it seems like this is the same. Queen d8, queen b8, queen c8. Okay, it doesn't matter. I put bishop f8, queen c7. But still, it's better to be precise with black. Because, for example, if there is a way that white can control the e-file, like, for example, queen f8 would be the logical, because black wants to bring rook e8 to exchange immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Because if she goes queen c8, I have the e-file. And in these kind of positions, it is already a big achievement that you control the e-file.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have nothing, but still I have the e-file where I'm controlling. How are you going to bring your rook to e8 to eliminate my rook? So this is why queen f8 is something that she's thinking of, I believe. And she went queen f8.
Played it. You're right. Every tiny win, any tiny gain feels like it's life-changing. It's like, oh my god, yes, I got the e-file. Yes, my opponent's had to weaken herself with b5. Or yeah, it's probably nothing. But yeah, I think queen a4 may be the only way to try something now before black plays rook e8. Then it should be totally level. Then it should be totally fine. Or g6, and then the knight on g3 is stuck. Then black is totally fine. So this game could be a quick draw, or it could go on for a long time, depending on what Goryachkina does. Okay. Yeah, I think we've squeezed everything out of the position we could. Goryachkina will try to do the same. So let's go back to the bird's eye view. And okay, we guess Vaishali's
another dragon.
Uh-huh.
Well, with Vaishali game, we have the same position where we left with our analysis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Playing bishop b3, queen c8, king b1, and now what with black? White has a very promising position.
Mm-hmm.
Very promising position. Big dilemma for black, how to continue.
Yes.
Does
you
she
also
have
mentioned...
any compensation?
That's the key, right? That's
the bar is heading to a6.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's just about breached a6. The bar, it's here. I wish I could draw an arrow off the board, but I can't. If the bar goes to a7 and then a8, it's over. What to play though? Like, okay, can I just try to throw pawns off the board, Judah? I'll try. I'm a bit skeptical, but a5.
You have too many pawns. Okay, let's take it.
The fewer pawns I have, the more open files I have. So rook back to a8.
Maybe I just go queen d3. No, queen b5, sorry. I was saying if you go rook b8, I go queen b3.
Okay.
What?
Whoa. The bar does not like that move.
What, is it rook a2 or what?
Wait, Judah. Wait. Oh, it doesn't work. I was going to say bishop b3. Which way will you take if I take the bishop? Not the best move.
I wanted c.
You wanted c, yeah, because a, that I don't think it quite works, but there's ideas like queen c3 here. Not here, it doesn't quite work, but yeah, white luckily can throw the queen in the way. But close. Maybe there's... Bishop b2? Not quite. I don't know. Doesn't quite work here either, but this type of idea I'm trying to get to work. King takes, but the king goes up the board. Like it's very close, and then the king hides on b4.
Yeah.
Rook check. Very scary for white, but just in time. So we need to put all of this together. a5. Let's check one last time. Queen b5. Why could black be better here suddenly? Or at least equal? Okay, maybe it's just kind of building up. So bishop b3. You wanted to take with the pawn. cb.
No.
But I had a question. Rook A2.
Ah. Okay. What's the idea? And Queen C2.
Queen C2 was my idea.
So here, black does win. Queen takes C2, and it's mate. Rook A8 or Queen takes B2. Can't be stopped. That's beautiful. Beautiful, Judith. So, okay, I guess Rook A2 has to be met by bishop takes.
Yeah, and after bishop takes, King C1, I guess. This is also good. Takes and
maybe...
Rook D7.
Okay, not Rook D3. Wait, why not Rook D3? Rook D7. Rook D3
maybe because of bishop B2.
Yeah, bishop B2. Rook D7 is nicer. Blocking the A file. Wow, it's hanging by a thread though. These are tactics that like have to be triple checked. Maybe that's why Vaishali spent a bit of time. Lagno also spending time. I think in practical terms though, Judith, like A5, like just it's in the way. Black gets a few tempi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen B5, and okay, we haven't found the quite best.
Maybe
yet,
Queen B4 should be the best. We didn't find the black's idea.
Not Queen E6. This is so confusing. Why is this equal? But I think you're right. Queen B5 happens to be not the best.
But what about Rook A2 now?
Now Rook A2. Now, yeah. Okay, we looked at Rook A2 in every position apart from this one, and it's different because the pawn's on B3. We have the exact same position, just with the pawn on B3, and now this is an extra threat.
Queen B2 is more threatening.
Yeah. No time for Rook D7 anymore, and White is probably equal because how is White equal? Rook D2, I guess, and check. Has to throw the queen in the way.
A4, yes.
Yeah, and okay. This is apparently totally level, but still some life left. Okay, so Queen B4 in that position, like, she has to try this Lagno. Queen B4, is there a difference? Bishop takes.
C takes?
C takes, yeah. It looks weird to play Queen B4, but I guess check here can be blocked with the queen. Just weird, looks weird to allow it. And now the difference with Rook takes A2. Is
Queen A3.
Queen A3, Rook A8, and Bishop A7. No, wait.
Check. Rook A8,
check.
Queen
Oh,
A8.
it's check. Oh my god, hallucination.
No, and
Queen takes B2's mate. Queen takes B2.
And if instead of Rook A8 you go Bishop B2, then Rook D2.
Yeah, this one I saw. Wow. Okay, so details. Queen A3. That's hard though. Like over the board to realize in this position that there's a huge difference between which square the white queen goes to. Oof,
yes, because having Queen B5, I was controlling the F5 square. But if after Queen B4, Bishop B3 takes Queen F5 check, Queen E4.
Yeah. And she'll work that out. She's great with the calculation, Vaishali. And this saves the day. Queen block. I think Queen B5 just feels more natural. It's a light square, like dark square bishops are on it. Feels a bit safer, but Queen B4. And therefore black, I mean, black still has chances. The eval bar is not like totally unoptimistic. Maybe Queen to A6. Rook B8. Game continues. Lagno has to try this. Like, just has to go for some kind of attack, even 2 pawns down. Because what else, Judith, I guess, in the current position, if not A5, like we said earlier, like process of elimination, I don't think she wants to take yet. Can't move her rook, can't improve her pieces.
I agree. I have a question though. After A5, can white go Bishop D4 or Rook D8?
That's a big question, actually. Queen e3?
Maybe a4.
But now...
Bishop e6, simply.
Bishop e6, yeah.
No, then a4 is not good.
Actually, bishop d4 is a very classy move here.
Well, it's very old-fashioned. You want to block the g7 powerful bishop.
True. I was a bit scared initially of like a4, but maybe it's just seeing ghosts. Maybe nothing exists here. Bishop a4, I wanted to play some kind of, I don't know, bishop a2 or queen's, or maybe now rook d8 actually. Wait, there's something here with queen c4, rook d8, bishop hanging. Oof. This is not easy, this position for either side.
Interesting that it looks safe,
so
but it's not.
Yeah.
So if rook fd8.
Yeah, rook d8. Queen e3 again. So many sacrifices to calculate, so much like queen c4 and then bishop d4. Wait, queen c4? Oof. I would easily get lost. Would easily get lost in the complications here, because with white I would think I'm just lost. But the bar says it's equal. Because bishop
well,
b3.
Maybe no, maybe b3 on queen c4.
b3, but then
then rook d4.
Yeah, rook
no,
d4
because queen a4 is not good.
But
rook d4 it is.
Yeah, because of this, and then there's some problems deflecting the black rook away.
But we've seen in the position she played bishop b3, big question mark, I think.
Oh wow, she's just made a move, and all of these complications look very double-edged. But bishop takes b3. Why would you clarify the pawn structure here? There's no open lines anymore. Which way are we taking?
Sacrifice the pawn with a5. You have to have this very energetic approach, and if you're not familiar with the position very much, and what is interesting also that if you play it from the white side, the same system. You try to play it with the other side, it has a completely different approach. With white, you want to attack, you grab the pawn, then you defend a little. While play this with the other side, you have to just give up pawns, whatever you have on the queen side, intuitively, and then look around, right? Like you said it immediately. Okay, a5, let's get open the files, because that's the only way black can have real counterplay. Which pawn to take? That's your question, right?
Yeah, which pawn? Because I think we're taught from a young age to capture towards the center, so like automatically we would take with this pawn. But as you mentioned in some other variations, maybe it's nice to take with the c pawn, just keep the keep things a bit more compact. The only thing is, blocking some diagonal checks. I think for there it would be possible with queen d3. Instinct-wise, Judith, which one would you think is safest for white?
The problem is, while 20 years ago you go by instinct, these days you understand that you have to play the right move.
Yeah.
And either of them can be, because it's going to be some concrete light at the end, concrete line, and at the end you're better or not. But I don't know whether, I think in any case, whichever pawn I take, a5 is the critical move.
Yeah. So if the a pawn captures, well, normally I would take with the a pawn, but I think here I would definitely calculate a lot longer. But just to kind of show your point, Judith, the a pawn comes, a4 is a big threat. maybe white has better, but queen takes now. Suddenly black gets the a file, and we saw similar tactics earlier.
In b5? But actually we are transposing.
Yeah, queen b5 would transpose into this line with
Yeah.
rook to a2, although here actually maybe rook a1 is the way, the more forcing. It's not taking a pawn on a2 anymore. Rook a1 and queen takes c2 with all the mate threats in the world. So this might be one argument for keeping the a pawn on a2. Whereas taking with the c pawn, you also want to play a5 Judith with a4 to come. Here may be more options for white though, with the rook able to stand defensively on c2, or maybe even on c4 in some positions.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. If black goes queen a6 or something, rook c4.
Okay.
Maybe rook queen e6 is the good.
Queen e6, yeah. And this game will continue. Vaishali is up a pawn. She's about to decide which way to recapture the bishop. Huge moment, though, because objectively she does have a big advantage, even if in practical terms still complicated. Bibisara will be watching this game with a lot of interest. We'll be back to this game. But in the meantime, here we see the bird's eye view. Lots of action across the boards in the middle game now. And John is also bringing us some action with some trivia.
Yes, indeed. We're going to be heading to our next break in just a second. People might be wondering, hang on a second, have we not got an interview with Vachier, given how absolutely long it's been since Vachier was able to draw with Wei Yi? I can let everyone know that when Vachier was done with his game, he walked into the hallway and saw Mike. And that's the point where he would normally set up an interview. And he turned to Mike and he said, if it's all right with you, I'd like to go back to my hotel and play some video games today. So he will be back for interviews later in the fan zone from 6 p.m. But for now, Sindarov is taking a very well-earned break and he is chilling out. I have some pretty epic trivia for you today as well, because today's prize, today's winner will get a chessboard from the 2022 Madrid candidates. That is an absolutely huge prize. So please get ready with hashtag candidates in chat. Here's the question I would like to ask you today. Which World Championship match had the oldest combined age of the players? Presumably this is something to make us feel a bit better about the two 20-year-olds duking it out later this year. Was it Botvinnik Tal, Yu Alekheim, Steinitz Zukatort, or Anand Topalov? Answers in chat with the hashtag candidates, please. And we will reveal our answer later in the broadcast. For now, though, we're hopping into a quick break. Recharge your teas and coffees, and we will see you in a couple of minutes.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel.
If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody, and we have a big prize on the line, a chessboard from the 2022 Madrid Candidates on offer for someone who gives the correct answer to the following question. We asked you during the break, which World Championship match had the oldest combined age of players? Was it Botvinnik Tal, Irva Alekine, Steinitz Zukertort, or Anand Topalov? All four have a combined age, I think, of over 80, but one of them has a combined age over 95, I believe. Let's go ahead and reveal the answer. It is Steinitz Zukertort. Congratulations to What's Happiness. We will be DMing you shortly. What a fantastic prize to be winning. Speaking of really old combined ages, we've got something else to show you as well. Funmaster Mike posted this a little bit earlier. In 2016, Madaminov was unrated and idolized young Sindarov raised to 2400. Now they're best friends, GMs, and preparing for a world championship. Now, David, I don't mind this photo. This photo is hella cute. Let's call it what it is. Here's what I do mind. Apparently, this photo was taken only 10 years ago, and I don't think I have felt older in a while. Wow.
John, when you said, speaking of combined ages, combined old ages, I thought you were going to say, let's bring back David and Judith. But
oh,
yeah,
no.
These kids,
oh, my God. I couldn't do that to you. I couldn't do that to you. Judith, these pesky kids, they're getting younger and younger.
Oh, they're so cute. Very good.
Oh. And they're prepping for a world championship now as well. How insane is that? There's going to be like, we're going to have someone in a walker or like a pram or something going, yep, just preparing to go get my second IM norm. And that's going to happen in a couple of years. I can feel it. Folks, let's go ahead and head back into the action. We have some really fun, really tense games today. Obviously, in the Open, Sindarov has clinched it, but the women's candidates today, still wide open. Any one of 6 players could potentially win. And in the Open, we've got some pretty spicy positions as well. Whether they're playing for fun or whether they fancy a little bit of extra placing, a little bit more as far as racing points are concerned, I don't know. But we are getting a couple of great treats today. So, Judith, David, I'll hand it back over to you.
And thank you, John. Lots of action. Judith, we saw 8x b3 from Vaishali, but not too many moves elsewhere. Divya is 40 minutes behind Bibisara on the clock. That could be very important later. Still looking balanced, though, the position. In the break, you mentioned that you had eyes elsewhere, that other interesting games were afoot, maybe in the Open section.
There was, but first maybe I would still like to go back to the Divya game because... of course, if Bibisara would win, then it would influence quite a bit the outcome of the final result of the women's section of the candidates. And some strategical moves were played, which I think it would be nice to talk about. Because since we left this position, Black played a5 and closed the position completely on the queen side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in order to get some, you have to give some. And Judith, she's given up the b5 square. I kind of understand why she did this. She was maybe scared of a5, knight b3, and this pawn might be hanging. Bishop c6 hard to achieve because of the c5 pawn as well. So a5, she's arguing, I guess, that she doesn't need pawn breaks. The problem is, like, she's only playing with pieces now. Black has no pawns left to push, really. And the black knight's still miles away from landing on the magical d4 square. White's getting ready to play bishop h3 in the meantime. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to win this position. The knight will be strong on b5 as well.
But do you like the move a5? Because I was very surprised that she played that. I understand everything that you were highlighting, that White could play a5 possibly and play b4 at some point, or to play knight b3 and... putting pressure on the weakness of the c5 square. At the same time, I would have been more careful. And I don't have a good feeling about a5 because, as you said, White knight can at one day show up on b5 and then Black has to make a decision. If White is having the knight on b5 and d6 square can be important, and also pushing away the queen. So the e5 pawn now, it's a little bit vulnerable. And if black has to exchange on b5, then after bishop h3, the e6 pawn can be vulnerable. And that's a different story.
I agree. Like, it's probably fine objectively still for black, but I mean, if we're talking about tournament situation, if it turns out Vaishali wins, which is very possible, she's a pawn up, then Bibisara might look at this and be like, wait, I needed a pawn break. Like, okay, yes, white could have got a5, but then black would have been able to break it with b6 maybe, or b5 later. That would have required maybe more risk from Divya. Now it just looks very blocked. And if the rooks come off, all of the rooks, I don't really see how black's going to win this game now. Now that the queenside is totally blocked like this. So I agree. It's like, I don't hate it. I think it was quite a safe decision, but tournament situation, maybe ease of white's plan now. It's only helped Divya. Despite the clock situation, I think she's her position's at least easier to play than it was before for white now.
And what I would say that the last 5 moves benefited definitely white. White improved on her position, while black for sure did not improve her position.
Yeah. And do you think that's, again, we talked about the last round and the magic of the last round, something different in the air. You start to act differently to normal. Like, she's been blitzing until now, really. She's spending over 5 minutes on this move. Not quite blitzing, but she's been playing every move within 2 minutes, 3 minutes. She's been playing super fast, Bibisara, but now she's slowed down, maybe realizing that, yeah, she needs a long think. Every move is quite important if she wants to keep winning chances alive.
Well, also in the meantime, maybe she took a little walk and saw what she did not want to see with the Vaishali game, because actually Vaishali, if we would switch back to the bird's eye view, maybe we could see that I think Vaishali's position became much better than a few moves ago, because when black plays e5, that's a huge commitment and nothing good can happen to black, because white went back to c3 with the bishop, and now white has just a pawn up and a very bad bishop, and there is a great chance that on the d file white will be somehow exchanging the queens, and that could be decisive. I mean, the queen can be on d5, incredibly powerful. There is black's counterplay after e5.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if we stopped all the games, it looks like Vaishali, and just kind of took assessments, it looks like Vaishali's winning the women's candidates, but okay, a4 is the punt, the attempt from Lagno. What does she have in mind against the pawn capture? Vaishali's got 2 options. She can take or block, so b4 is also important, but let's ask the first question, the simple question first. Well, at least maybe not the most simple, but the most direct question, Judith. B takes a4. White's 2 pawns up. 3 versus 0 on the queen side.
Maybe queen c4?
Mm-hmm. And if... Okay, I think I see the outline of what black wants, but if a5 now...
Rook c8. Rook c8 and something happens.
Yeah. No more a files. If the white pawn was back on a2, you could play king a1 here and continue. But...
You have good nerves, David.
Well, I don't know. I ask these questions. I don't necessarily go for the risky ones. Okay, so b4 is the other question. Maybe the safer of the two, just keeping lines closed.
Yeah, it seems like the safe way.
Mm-hmm. a3 now, like throwing the pawn down the board further, doesn't really help as much.
b3. You take it.
Oh, yeah. Like you said, I have good nerves, Judith. I also have a healthy appetite for pawns. But now it's different. The bishop's very safe on b2, right? And everything covered. But like you said, b3 as well is... Oh, wow. Not b3.
What?
Not b3.
What?
a2 or...
Okay, a2
Wait.
king a1. What is the problem?
Yeah, a2 king a1. Rook B. Okay, I just took A3 out of instinct, but like, it's shocking to think that B3 is this bad.
Can't believe it.
Bishop H6, just Queen
Queen
D3.
D3.
Okay, this is mysterious. We need chat to help us out. I mean,
It's
what other
incredible.
options? Like, rook moves don't really make much sense. Queen moves don't threaten anything. I mean, it must be bishop h6, no?
Actually, Bibisara, if you see the camera, she's very nervous, checking always the other game.
And understandably, she's made a move. She played king h8, not too much changing on that board. But okay, how about this? Bishop h6, just queen d3. I don't see anything, Judith. It's crazy that this could be 0.0 because either surely it's very good for white or it's a tactic. But a4, b takes is strong, but b3. We need to solve this before we are allowed to move on. Is it just something calm like
Maybe
queen
just
c7?
Queen C7, yeah.
Yeah. Threatening rook d8, maybe rook c8.
Yeah.
Crazy that white's in trouble. I guess now the bishop
Crazy.
is destabilized and bishop a1, now there really will be a2. Now the king can't hide in front of the pawn, and this is going to be terminal somehow. Take
Queen
it.
A7.
Yeah. E4, everything. Yeah, just put the bishop on c3 and then, oh, I'm trying not to calculate, but queen a7 maybe, rook a8 maybe. Yeah, just in. Okay, so b4 we've come to the conclusion is probably the safest for Vaishali. What else can black try? If a3, just take
Takes.
it. So what else could she have in mind? Still queen c7? But, I mean, Judith,
Queen
like you said, there's
D6.
ideas of bullying the queen.
Yeah.
You want to chase me until you land on a good square like d5.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks
No,
like...
but this A3 was quite something.
A3. It might be a good practical attempt at some moment if b4 to play a3, but right now it doesn't quite work. It does look like Vaishali is in the driver's seat if she plays b4, but in the meantime, we have some breaking news from John Sargent.
Yes, indeed, David. Thank you very much for that. Well, let's put it this way. Chat has definitely lost the prediction. It was one agreed draw before the end of the second break, or the start of the second break even. However, we have had a second one as Prag and Nakamura have now settled the score. It's half a point each. Back to you.
Thank you, John. And that was the most modest I've ever seen John, because I think he won the prediction that there would only be one draw in the first 2 hours. And yeah, I don't think any surprise, Judith, about that board. There was that huge, long line of preparation from Hikaru, and he neutralized Prag quite easily there.
Yeah, it was a fun game, by the way. Entertaining game. Though, of course, everybody's eye on the women's candidates final round, because quite unbelievable turnout can be possibly a 5-8 tie. That would be crazy.
That would be wild. Still possible, but it would need the board at least that we're seeing, not the camera. That's Divya against Bibisara. It would need this one to be decisive in black's favor, but she's taken. Maybe we can get Vaishali up on the camera just to see the body language. She's taken on a4. She's channeling me, Judith, which isn't a good sign. She's getting greedy. Now we
But
think queen c4 was a good.
I understand her more taking on a4 now than after b4 to take on a3.
Mm-hmm. But how come, like, this pawn can't be protected? Or, yeah, it doesn't look like it can be protected. a5, and we saw things are turning after rook c8. Black is suddenly winning.
No, but not a5.
Mm-hmm. But if not a5, it's not just about the pawn, Judah. I guess it's the a file that opens up.
You're not happy with white anymore?
I don't know. I still believe in white's defensive ideas, but it looks more difficult.
Maybe b3. Can I go b3?
Aha. b3. If I take
Bishop b2.
Yep. Costing me a tempo. But okay, we go back somewhere. At least, like, practical terms, I understand that even queen a2 check with rook a8 is probably still not checkmate, but in practical terms, it feels a bit more scary now. One open line.
No, you know what I do? Not bishop b2. I go queen d5.
Mm-hmm. Queen d5.
Huh.
Rook b5. Computer's laughing at our every move, which I would definitely have predicted. But in general, it's looking better for black than it used to. Rook b8, rook a8. Maybe there's something even stronger here. Just rook c8, I guess. Oh wow, not rook c8. Oof. I have a feeling we're going to see some twists and turns, and she's played b3, like you said, Judith. Good prediction.
But you know, there was a funny idea after. Can you go back to that position? Queen a4, queen d5.
Mm-hmm.
On rook c8, there is a funny move, queen d8.
Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. Queen d8. Temporary queen sacrifice. And either black takes, and then this endgame looks difficult with the pawn running. Trying to catch up with the bar, that pawn. Or, yeah, I guess bishop f8. Bishop f8 is very important that rook takes. Yeah, this is going to be a horrible pin to get out of. Bishop b4's next move. If given time. Yeah, this is just the worst version of two rooks versus a queen for black. Yeah, queen d8 is beautiful. Imagine if we saw that, Judith. That's a great spot. Maybe
Queen a4 is on the board.
Oh, okay. Queen a4. And now rook e1 apparently the best. Maybe the only way to keep the advantage. That makes sense. Rook e4.
It's good because after rook c8, queen d8.
Ah, that's the trick. Vaishali's seen that, you know. That could easily be fallen into. I think I would struggle to see that for a while at the board. Queen d8. Oof, oof. I see John getting excited about that idea. But rook e1 therefore. Black has to take a time out. Maybe move the queen somewhere. And then the question is whether
e5
white
can be hanging at some point.
Whether white gets greedy. Bishop b5. You brave enough, Judith? Actually, silly question, of course. Courage is not the issue. But
I don't know if bishop e5, but one day.
Mm-hmm. One day.
One day, Monday.
Yeah, probably
maybe
not
queen
immediately.
e3?
Yeah. Queen e3. Oh, bullying me with these queen exchanges. Queen a6. Queen d3.
Maybe
queen
king
a7.
b2. What about going king b2 and rook a1?
Aha, rook a1. It's crazy, these strong moves, and the bar keeps dropping a little bit. Here it's still better for white, though. That's the most important thing. I guess rook c8, rook a1, queen... Black's what?
It's winning? I mean, I give up, Judith. This is going to be a crazy game.
It's a crazy game, but in the meantime, there is a pawn sacrifice. At least that's how it seems in the Bibisara game.
Okay. We'll leave it at this position. Vaishali needs to find rook e1 to keep her advantage on this board with one of the leaders. Let's go to the other leader, Bibisara. And whoa, pawn sacrifice. I agree with the featured chat. It's very hard to play the candidates. Everyone seems to think that qualifying is the difficult part, and it is. Like, it's extremely difficult to qualify, but playing it is even harder. Queen e7, let's check it out, Judith. Knight takes pawn. I guess she's arguing that queen b8, the queen would have been out of play for a while. The only way to keep e5 protected. So queen e7, knight takes e5. I don't see any immediate tactics. I guess she wants to play bishop b7.
She wants to go bishop b7, also stopping knight c6 and attacking the e4 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And should white try and just defend that? Bishop g2.
What is black up to?
Yeah. Feels like a bit of a bluff. Maybe knight h5, or there's no good squares for this knight, unfortunately. Bit annoying. Tactics don't work against this yet. Knight h5. Does white just play f4?
But also knight can go away, no? You would want to take on b2?
I mean, yes.
Yeah, no, because you go knight d3 to protect it.
Yeah, knight d3 I thought you meant, but knight f3 I would happily munch on b2. Although, I guess your point here, Judith, is that like the b pawn is going to be very weak long term.
And e5 and knight d6.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Let's see. Maybe e5. Big advantage for Divya. If she grabs this pawn, I think Bibisara is just rushing too much. Like, she's playing way too quickly. This is move 21. She's barely spent half an hour. It's the nerves. Like, it makes some people slow down. It makes some people rush. Knight takes pawn looks like a big one to win. That's a big pawn. Like, if she doesn't capture it now, then black is just going to play like knight d7, knight b8, knight c6, and this could become a very different game. Big opportunity.
But I'm pretty sure she is going to take it. Nothing, there's no reason why should she not take it.
Yeah. I think the only thing she needs to realize is that after knight takes pawn, bishop b7, I don't know if it's the only way to defend e4, bishop g2, but like f3, suddenly there are tactics like knight takes e4, and the knight is hanging. Bishop g2 saves the pawn, and yeah, now the tactics don't work because the bishop on b7 is loose. It's just material, it's just a free pawn.
Wow,
this is huge. Vaishali's up a pawn, Bibisara's down a pawn. That's not good news for Bibisara.
Can we go to one game in the open section?
Yes.
Because it's so instructive.
I know which one you want to take us to, Judith. We'll bring it up. Your wish is our command. The dragon. The Dragadorf.
I want the dragon. I want the dragon because the dragons is alive. How Fabi does it.
Exactly. It's breathing fire. Fabiano. And okay, we won't go back the whole way. It was very interesting because it started life as a Najdorf a6, but queen d3 is quite a fashionable move. Don't ask me why, Judith. Everything's playable in that position in the Najdorf.
I know why. Because nobody wants to go the main lines.
That's a good solution.
I was playing f4. Yeah, no, but you just don't want to go to main lines. f4, bishop g5, bishop e3, bishop e2, bishop d3. I was playing all, I'm not saying all legal moves, but practically. a4, h3, g3, rook g1, f4.
Yeah. White's literally played everything. Knight b3.
Queen f3. Yes. Yeah.
Bishop c4.
Artwork
b2.
of Najdorf.
Yeah. There's literally like 12 good moves here for White, or interesting moves in the position. But
nobody played Queen d2?
Probably. I saw Bishop d2 recently by, I think it was the other Van Forest, Lucas Van Forest, who was playing Bishop d2 a
Okay,
few times.
Queen d2 will come with the idea b3, Bishop d2.
Yeah, that's similar to the Magnus Sicilian variation where they play Queen takes d4, Queen back to d2, and then b3.
Mm-hmm.
Good call, Judith. The next novelty. But anyway, Queen d3 provoked Fabi to switch totally into the dragon. g6. And now, okay, we catch up. Yeah, this is very different, the dragon, to the Vaishali game, which was much more forcing lots of clarity. Here, it's tension. And you mentioned very instructive, Judith. Break it down. Rook takes c3. Thematic sacrifice pops up in a lot of these positions, but why is it so good here, do you think?
Well, this is what Yasipenko is trying to figure out, but actually the only reason he can be thinking and thinking and thinking for... it's only for 10 minutes he's thinking? I thought it's longer, but the problem is that either white goes queen c3, which after black takes knight e4, queen e3 only move protecting the bishop, and it's a good question how black is dealing with this. Does he take immediately? But probably e4 knight will be kept for some time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, it's possible to take and to play knight c4 maybe, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight c4.
Knight d4 or something.
Mm-hmm. Maybe white just takes and, I don't know, rook to e1 then. The knight's so good on e5. I wonder if there's anything else. Queen b6, then throw the a pawn down the board.
But I'm not sure I would like to take on g5.
Okay.
I was thinking also to play maybe bishop f5 or...
But bishop f5, that might be g4.
No, knight d4, g4. Okay.
Yeah, maybe g4.
So this is what Yasipenko is thinking, that either he gives up a pawn on ce4 or to play b takes e3. After b takes e3, black is just positionally fine. Queen c7, rook c8, and those weaknesses, pawn on e4, c3. This double pawn, for example, is very different also. So queen c3 is the big question.
Mm-hmm.
Going back.
Okay. Queen c3.
Queen c3, knight e4, queen e3.
Mm-hmm. And I was always told, Judith, that when you sacrifice the exchange, you need a few things in return. Ideally, you want a pawn, and then either you want to ruin your opponent's pawn structure, or you want the bishop pair, or something as well as a pawn. Then it's more than enough compensation, especially the more pieces on the board. Here, I guess it will be the bishop pair plus the white king might be vulnerable. I quite like taking somehow.
Yeah, that seems to be the best to take, but after that I'm not sure.
Still need a follow-up.
Because after queen g5, white wants to play knight d4.
Okay, if white wants to do that, maybe just knight c6.
Yeah.
And then just start throwing the a pawn down the board.
h4.
Yeah. I'll never get mated with the bishop on g7 at least. Don't know.
That's what you think? h5, a4.
Yeah. I've played the Grinfeld long
Knight
enough to know
c5.
the h-pawn coming. Oh, I missed that though. Queen b6, you take a4. Yes. Now it's starting to look like the other one, like the other game. Now I really want to take on
Queen
a2 if I
f2.
don't know. Queen f2, yeah. Without a dark squared bishop, it's hard for white. There's so many weaknesses to cover. So many holes. This has gone very wrong for Yasipenko. I'm surprised he's thinking now, like, surely this is on the radar every single move. And I don't love his last move. His last move was just h3. Like maybe it's already gone a bit wrong, but like maybe f3 was, I don't know, at least have deterred rook takes c3 because e4 is protected. But maybe it's just a bit slow. Maybe it doesn't help white get f4, which he wanted to kick the knight. But h3, rook c3. Fabi looks very, very happy here.
In the meantime, there is some action going on. If we could go back to the Bibisara's game, I think it could be important. Because suddenly, instead of taking the pawn, white decided to play something else, and it seems like maybe he was giving up a pawn. Or blundered. It's not clear.
Yeah, Divya, I think it's because of the last 5 rounds where she's struggled. Half a point from 5. She's been spending a lot of time, big time trouble incoming already, only 21 minutes left. And quick action replay, Judith. Like we said, knight takes e5, just free pawn. Looks like it wins material. Bishop b7, bishop g2, everything's covered. White will play rook d1. White can even play f4 if she needs. When the knight moves e5, this would have been a huge advantage for Divya. But rook d1 first. And maybe she was just expecting, like I was, to be fair, like knight d7, knight b8, trying to come round. But instead, rook takes rook, and now knight takes e4. Boom. Bibisara, I was questioning her usage of the clock, but she's using it as a weapon. Still 56 minutes left. And the whole idea is queen takes, bishop b7, and trouble. I'm surprised this is still equal according to the bar.
Yeah, it doesn't look good compared to the previous.
This looks very bad, especially compared to previous, but even this position, like black's going to be a pawn up. Maybe it's just calmly chilling somewhere, like, you know, queen e1, and then if bishop takes, rook d6, but I mean, visually it's still a bit scary for white, right, Judith? Like, black suddenly put pawn on e4, the bishop
Yeah,
unleashed.
I mean, black can go e4, open up the diagonal.
Yeah, don't know.
Seems kind of tricky. Queen d8.
Yeah. Maybe no amazing square for the queen. Or maybe knight d6 comes. I don't know. But, okay, easier to be Bibisara, and knight takes e4 would have come as a huge psychological shock to Divya. Definitely missed that one.
Yeah. And that's quite shocking.
Judith, are we going to get
panic
history?
After a move like that.
Yeah, easy to panic. Do you think we're going to get history being made, playoffs in the candidates? Is it going to be Bibisara against Vaishali?
I'm just looking before answering to you. Bishop g2 is possible. Interesting that this bishop g2 comes back again and again, no? As an idea. Like, also before, if knight e5 would be taken, bishop b7, bishop g2 was a good move.
Yeah. And it makes sense. Like, they do say the best way to neutralize a fianchetted bishop is to fianchetto yourself or trade off that fianchetted bishop. And it's always a reaction to bishop b7. So knight takes live position. Yeah, maybe bishop g2 is the best way then to deal with the shock.
Yes, because these double pawns are so bad. After all. So after black took... Yeah, I mean, after black took on e4, suddenly both of the pawns are extremely weak. Well, bishop b7, I guess. But can't I go after bishop b7, knight e5?
Yes. Yeah, very important that knight takes f2. There's rook d7.
Rook d7.
Yeah. Suddenly, yeah, I mean, position like this, yeah, like suddenly, yes, black's up a pawn, but white's pieces are beautiful, and
rook d6.
Yeah, rook d6 is coming, and maybe black has some counterplay against f2 somehow, but okay, at least Divya should be out of danger in a position like this. I think she will play bishop g2 actually when she's composed herself. Yeah,
but
now
she's
I've seen
thinking
that,
too much. She's losing her time.
Okay, still 17 moves to make in 17 minutes. 1 minute per move. Okay, this is big. Bishop g2, I think, is definitely the safest, the best. At least in practical terms. And yeah, you're right, Judith. That's the best move in the position according to the computer. Bishop to g2. And then knight takes e5 is almost a pre-move. Divya's still...
Yeah, but it's incredible. It's incredible, you know, that the position is so good for white that even if you blunder a pawn, you're still okay.
Yeah, that's the most
That's
frustrating
how black
thing,
structure is.
Yeah. Even with bishops, black is struggling because of the bad pawns. Just while Divya tries to regroup and refocus after blundering knight takes e4, probably bishop g2 she will play eventually, just visually the best as well. I want to ask in the Vaishali game, Judith, because it's a big moment. Rook to e1 was played. Wow. Lagrave has been spending a lot of time. Rook c8 would lose on the spot pretty much to queen d8. Your beautiful queen sacrifice. Queen of chess, queen sack. And what else do you think black could... what should Lagrave be doing?
Well, first of all, she has to be careful a lot, because if she's just innocently would go queen b5, queen d5, and just... I mean, black can easily drown in this position, and no counterplay.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough. I was going to ask as well the probability of rook c8 being played and then queen d8, but I think the fact that she's been thinking now for 14 minutes, Lagrave, like, she spotted that. Just again for everyone at home, rook c8, queen d8, check, and deflecting away this rook so that the black queen is finally edible. Can write this off as a white win with the extra pawn. I quite like the idea of moving the queen.
Sorry?
I just want to move the queen as black before it gets blundered away. The rook a8 to come.
Rook e8 to protect.
Rook e8. Oh. Okay, maybe now. King to b2. I'm obsessed with this idea that you mentioned earlier, Judith, with the rook coming to a1 just to cover everything.
Why not? I mean, if white can stabilize, then I don't know who can stop Vaishali from winning.
Ooh, we have a move. Rook
b5. What does she want? Double the rook?
Yeah, interesting. Maybe she just wants to take away some squares from the white queen as well. Like d5 was such a nice square in some positions. Maybe double the rooks.
What happens if bishop e5? Is it rook a8?
Must be something here, right? Is it
so
rook a8?
bad.
Was it taken rook a8? Maybe take first?
Maybe. True.
Yeah, and not to get deflected because the black queen would hang, but now rook a8 doesn't work. What? Queen c3, I guess.
Yeah, okay, but I don't like this. Queen a2, queen a3.
Actually, wait, just rook takes. Yeah, rook takes b3. Actually,
even better.
Yeah, and the white queen can't block because the white rook is no longer in e1 defending d1, and yeah, checks. Checks. Okay. Bishop b5, yeah, it just feels wrong even if we don't see an immediate knockout.
So what about king b2 anyway?
King b2, yes, but now...
Rook b8.
Rook b8. Feels a bit scary suddenly. Yeah, so this is very clever. Like, she's kept her rook on b5 because she's seen this queen d8 idea in all variations, so she knows she needed to keep one rook on the b file. The other rook can take it and she can block. Something bishop f8 as well, maybe. Rook b5. I quite like it, Judith. I think that's very, very sneaky move from Lagno. Very good tactical try.
And what do you do on rook e4?
Queen. Yeah, rook e4 is most likely to happen here. Queen somewhere, a6.
And now let's go queen d6.
I knew you'd start pushing me around again. Rook b6.
Queen d3.
Trade. Yeah. Leave my queen alone, Judith.
No.
Chasing.
That's the only thing I want to exchange.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting, like king b2 now, at least there's no rook a1 after rook to a8 because the other rook's gone to e4. But maybe just with the bishop on b2, it's something like this. Rook a8, there's rook a4 now.
Rook a4.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is what Vaishali should do. Defensive setup. Okay. Big moments ahead, but still a pawn up.
Yeah.
Oh, Divya's still thinking on the other board, by the way. 10 minutes left for Divya. And we're only at move 23.
Wow.
I think she's
because
missed
interesting that... Sorry.
No, go on, Judah. I think she's missed up to bishop g2, bishop b7. She can just still take on e5. Go on.
I'm not even sure it comes to her mind to go back bishop g2.
Yeah, she did just play bishop h3 only 4 moves ago. So maybe psychologically it's tough to retreat, to come back. But this diagonal is so important. Maybe she'll take the knight, but that does look a bit scary, somehow allowing the bishop onto this diagonal. Maybe she's looking at this and rook d6, which eval bar says is fine, computer says is fine, but I don't know. Strange to allow a black bishop active like this. She needs to move.
Yeah, it's not a tempting way of continuing with white. 12 minutes only.
Yeah, she's just played bishop g2, finally. We have a move. Okay, good move in the end. Time trouble will be a realistic inevitability in Divya's future right now. Maybe we can zoom out to the bird's eye view, Judith. We also have an interesting clash between Bluebaum and Giri, which we haven't really talked much about. But I see the eval bar on black side. Giri looks like he's going to cemento second place in this tournament. That's a wild one. 3 minor pieces are hanging. So maybe we can check out that board just before the women's games get extra fast and spicy again.
Yeah, that's a very fun game. Basically, whichever knight is attacked, it will not be moved, but counterattack is going on.
Yeah, everyone hates knights in this round. Like Sindarov and Wei Yi, they got the knights off as quickly as possible. Same in Vaishali-Lagrave. Same in Prague versus Hikaru. Okay, I wanted to take it back to this position because I've spent a bit of time studying the Rogozin defense, and I must admit I've never really looked at this idea. Black about to play e5, but knight to g5, and I believe this is called the fishing pole. Is this the fishing pole trick or the fishing line? You essentially want to hook your opponent to walk into this hook, line, and sinker because then the queen gets in to h7. The h-file has to stay closed. So this is how the first knight was hanging. First brilliant move. a3, b5, bishop a7, bishop a2, bishop b7, castles b4. And he left a second knight hanging. This is beautiful. D5 hitting a third piece and knight D4 from Giri. Okay, the knight was dropping off anyway, so he's just trying to close the D file before anything happens. It would be crazy if Blue Bound just ignores it and says, okay, the knights will continue to hang, but he takes
I'm
D4
sure knight D4 was blundered by him.
Knight D4.
And it's the best move.
Yeah, knight D4. He hasn't lost with white yet this tournament, Blue Bound. He hasn't lost for ages since the first half of the tournament, so he takes D4.
Well, it might not stay like that.
I guess the idea is just to take on D5 now, or does Black? Just scared of taking on G5 ever. But let's say Bishop takes D5 and just takes. Bad Bishop. If the knight has to come back, Black gets a square.
Yeah.
And the White King is in the firing line. Rook B8.
But I'm surprised actually that White could got this position, not that it's too good. Knight D4, what a beautiful move.
Yeah, it's always the most beautiful when it's a sacrifice on an empty square somehow. Judith, like invisible moves.
Yeah.
Knight D4. Yeah, it's actually very important just to compare it for everyone at home. The reason Knight D4 is so good is if the knight is taken immediately, then, I mean, first of all, maybe... Probably just Bishop takes, actually. And this knight might be removed, maybe some Queen H7. E takes D5 only opens things up further. Like, is it Bishop D5 again? And maybe Rook D5. Bishop D5, the bar was collapsing a bit, but this would have been wild. Maybe Rook D5 here. The bishop needs to be kept alive at all costs.
Very wild.
This would have been a very different game. Blue Bam would have been the one having all the fun.
Very neat move, Knight D4.
Knight D4 blocks all of it, kills the fun. Could we see some sacrifices? It's just too much, isn't it? White has too many pieces hanging.
Let's see. Let's see.
E6. Oh, he's taken the knight. I think here, unfortunately. Yeah, King F8 takes. Not sure which way. Maybe takes. Yeah, White just has too many pieces hanging. It's only a rook for a queen.
Yeah, many pieces are hanging.
So it wasn't working for Blue Bound, the tactics. He took the knight on D4. C3's fallen. And Judah, it looks like Black's no longer got any defensive issue to worry about. The knight on F6 covers everything, and Giri's going to turn the tide against the White King now.
Yeah, and he has also significant time advantage.
Yeah, like I know Sindarov ran away with the tournament, but I was looking back. Giri's had at least like 3-4 chances to win games, or like at least get a big advantage, maybe even win. And it could have been a very close race. Even +6 could have been in danger. But yeah, Giri missed opportunities. But what are you expecting? Will he convert today? Giri, will he finally... Whoa, D takes E6. Will he finally get that win? I was going to ask.
I think yes, because now he has no pressure left.
Yeah. Okay.
He can win quietly.
Yeah, he sacrifice from Blue Baum, but it probably doesn't last very long.
Well, and he thought this is the least to give. Because otherwise, positionally, it was very bad.
Yeah. What's White's best try here? Does he take... Okay, he does take the pawn. And Judith, are you expecting just to capture and then something like this? Give back some material, just put the king in the corner and 2 pieces for a rook? Or do you think Giri's going to try for something a bit different?
I don't see what else can I do with Black.
Maybe there's just no good discovered check. Queen E7.
Possible.
Yeah, a bit risky. The bar doesn't fully approve, kind of. Something will block on D5.
Absolutely.
Jacket off. Okay. Anish looking good. According to the computer, actually, yeah, he should be just playing queen c8. So queen e7 a different direction, but queen c8, there's no good discovery in this position. Yeah, something will block a check on d5. Blue bomb's just a piece down. Okay, big moment for Anish Giri. Could end on a high.
On the board, fe knight e6. Yeah, but now there is no other move than queen c8. Queen e7, rook e1.
Game goes on. In a blitz game, I would just take this knight and say, okay, just put the king in the corner. And I think this is still a big advantage for black. But materially, it's not so clear. I guess white has to try and arrange d4, g5 quickly.
Looks still superb, especially if black can play bishop d5, rook b8.
2 pieces way better than a rook. With so many pieces on the board. Okay, that was a fun one. Anish, though, is the one enjoying it a bit more. And the eval bars are working out a bit. Vaishali with a big advantage. Divya found a way to equalize now. Or so it looks like. Muzichuk doing well against Zuzhina, maybe. Although unclear how important that will be for the standings if Vaishali wins. Goryachkina, okay, slightly different pawn structure against Tan Zhongyi, but yeah, maybe with some pressure as well. Judith, where would you like to visit next?
I'm still thinking about yesterday's Zuzhina's game. Like how different the tournament situation could have been if she wins her much better position. And even if she's making a draw, even then it's so different. Because she would be tying for first together with Vaishali and Bibisara.
Yeah.
Things can go wrong.
She's won a lot of games, Zuzhina, but she's also lost a lot. She's lost 4 games this tournament. And I would say at least 2, maybe 3 of those were from overpressing. She lost to Anna Muzichuk in the first half as well. So maybe Anna will be doing the double. Eval bars on white side, Judith. Queen b6 is one question. Why could white be so much better? It does look like black should be holding this. Weak pawn. Just rook c1.
What did you say about the c5 pawn?
Yeah, I was going to say it's either very weak or it's very strong, but then I only went halfway.
I heard you said something like a weak pawn.
Yeah, it could be weak. Let's watch it drop off later, 20 moves down the line.
Well, you know, yesterday in Zuzhina's game, we were discussing it. Is it against Goryachkina? Is it going to be falling off and it's weak, or it's going to be queening and being strong? And I would say that the c5 pawn is clearly a strong passed pawn, more than a weakness of my position. I have to make a lot of bad moves until it's going to be a weakness.
I have noticed it's normally a split in the middle, Judith. It's like tactical players believe that this is a strength because there's going to be tactics like pushing it forward and it can't be captured because of pins and things. But like positional players sometimes, especially with lots of pieces on the board, they think of this like, oh, I can round it up. It's a target. So
breaking news. Divya has a winning position. It was a blunder, I see, completely by Bibisara.
Whoa. And this is not a difficult move. The first one, Bibisara is still rushing. She's still got 46 minutes on her clock and she's taken on f2. That is definitely influenced by the tournament situation, Judith. That is a must-win type of move. But what is she?
But she couldn't blunder rook d7. She must have some idea, some move.
Queen f6?
Queen f6, exactly.
So she's hitting the knight?
Yeah, and if takes on b7, queen e5. This is what she thinks.
Rook takes g7? doesn't work.
Now, rook g7.
No, it doesn't quite work. Queen takes g7, right? Probably among other things. Okay, so we have to be detectives now. Okay. It's not immediately obvious, so I can see why she's gone for this. Even if maybe she should have been thinking a bit longer, using more time. Divya down to 8 minutes. Why is this totally winning for white now? How can this be? What about knight d6?
Knight d6, queen e5.
Yeah.
Knight f7 and rook d8.
Cool tactic, exactly.
Oops.
Check. And the block and the queen drops off. I think it must be
Okay,
knight
this
d6.
is serious business.
Knight d6. I don't know if it makes a difference to trade off the bishops first. Does white have an immediate threat? Or does white just take back? Maybe, yeah. Maybe there's something immediate here that's difficult. She's played rook d7. We'll get this position. Maybe a check first on f7. I'm not sure which way Judith.
Which knight to f7?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not. Why should I go rook? I just king g2.
Yeah. I got influenced by the bar. King g2.
Knight g4 or something. No, knight g4 takes.
Knight g4
Check.
just take it.
Maybe I have knight
Oh.
g4, no?
Yeah.
Takes
Wait.
queen f1 and bishop d4.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. Bishop d4.
Or rook h7.
Oh, wow. Rook h7. But is that more than a draw? I think this is just a draw by perpetual check.
Mm-hmm.
King h8. So after bishop to d4, well, so many tactics. Bishop d4 here. Is there a mate if white just plays queen e4? Yes, there is. Maybe it's just a draw, actually. Okay, what
We
is the
just
answer?
got mate. Bishop g1.
Yeah. Bishop g1. Oh, sorry, mouse slip.
But what is the winning move here?
Yeah, this is
Not knight h7.
crazy. Knight f7. This is very difficult. How is white winning? I can see now why Bibisara has gone for this. Like, she's probably seen this type of idea and she hasn't seen a refutation. So she's like, okay, let's just trust myself and go. Yeah, I'm so glad it's it's not me playing in the last round here with nerves high and then position like this to try and figure out.
Yeah, it's
calculate.
crazy. It's
How is
absolutely crazy.
If not rook takes h7, what could it be? It must be knight f7, no? And then rook d4, maybe?
Well, knight f7, rook f7.
Yeah, rook d4. Oh, it doesn't work. Maybe check and then... Wait. Check and rook d4. Sorry, check first. King g7, there's queen h6, checkmate. And... Wow, process of elimination. Got there eventually. Rook
Not
f8,
bad.
rook d4. And very important that we
Oops.
drove the king, the rook
Oops.
to f8 because this is mate. Oof.
Not a bad one.
Divya might have to find some of this to win the game. Potentially. Rook d7 played, queen f6 response, and knight d6 only winning move for Divya.
And Divya has 5.5 minutes.
Oof. Huge for the
Tension
standings.
is
Like,
huge.
Knight
Knight
d6
d6
requires...
only move.
Yeah, requires a lot. Do you think she'll find it? 5 minutes. She's quite good with tactics, I would say. Maybe not on the Vaishali levels of tactics, Divya, but she'll see these types of things. Maybe it's just a confidence issue. She's taken on b7. The game continues. Bibisara dodges a bullet.
But it's not easy to figure out knight d6, queen e5, knight f7, rook f7, rook d8. It's not easy.
No.
Especially not with 5 minutes on the clock.
I agree. Not easy at all. And we were struggling there as well. Like, we had the help of the bar, and even we struggled to fully grasp exactly the way forward.
Yeah.
Wow, Judith, I just want to pull up the board because I'm playing through. There were some extra difficult variations actually for white to spot the win. It was even more difficult than we imagined. So she's played rook takes b7. Now the knight will drop off on e5. There we go. We'll get some simplifications. We'll get an endgame. But knight d6 was only winning because after bishop takes g2, not king takes g2 here, because black just plays king g8, and apparently the game continues. But instead, white had to have spotted that she can give a check here, knight df7 check, and if king g8, now knight h6 check. And she had to realize that, okay, king h8, there's knight f7, which is game over. But after bishop takes h6, queen take, in this position, bishop takes, queen takes. She had to realize after knight h3, she just goes king h2. No more checks, and white gives mate or wins material.
Brutal.
Brutally difficult. And okay, we can't blame Divya at all for playing a bit safer. She's about to get the queens off, I guess. And how would you evaluate this endgame that's incoming, Judith? It does look like black's very active.
Well, it looks like black is doing fine. I mean, the g3 weakness, and it seems like also white has to exchange the queens.
Coming off the board. Okay. Now the blue arrow appears again. Knight to c7, only way to keep the balance. Oof. She didn't find knight d6 earlier, Judith, but do you think this is easier or more difficult? This one, it's more positional, I guess. More of a judgment call than earlier knight d6, which was pure calculation.
Well, for sure white is not happy what she got, because the e5 bishop is a powerhouse. Beautiful bishop attacking on g3, controlling the long diagonal. The white knight can be happy to be on b5 to cover the d4. That's why knight c7 is quite an unexpected move. It's not a move which comes to mind, I think. Knight c7 can be played only by elimination.
Yeah, fully agreed. The chat is going wild. Some of them saying, oh, Bibisara still trying to blitz, still got 46 minutes on the clock, every move instant. Some are saying how difficult knight c7 is. Fully agreed. Wow, difficult. I agree. And yeah, stressing out. 4 minutes, under 4 minutes now on the clock for Divya. Still 12 moves to make. Huge game. Bibisara, you can tell she's trying to almost like blink back the nerves there. Death stare on Divya. She's saying, you got to move now. You got to move fast. But good luck finding the right way. And I guess it's just because otherwise black takes g3. Maybe an attack against the white king. This is difficult.
Well, no matter what the bar says, it's equalish. I mean, it doesn't calculate the psychology of it, how disturbing it is that Divya felt that she has more. And she had more, right?
She really did. She was winning just for one move, but it was a difficult sequence. It would have required deep calculation and a bit of risk involved. Hard to take that risk and gamble with no time. But now knight c7, it feels counterintuitive almost. It feels like the knight's well placed. There's a pawn up for grabs. Rook takes b6 would be such a natural move, an alternative. And she finds knight to c7. Great spot from Divya Deshmukh. That's going to be a surprise, I think, for Bibisara, who now needs to spend some time, slow down.
I'm curious if this was something she was counting on.
I think Bibisara might not have spotted this, or might have only realized kind of when we got here. Because it looks like bishop d4 is super strong, but knight takes e6 hits that bishop. Rook f7 is not
funny
quite
for
good.
black.
Yeah, rook f7 doesn't quite work. Well, actually, just maybe knight takes e6 anyway. Bishop takes g3. She might play, but then white gets big attack of her own. Knight takes e6, knight g5. If she has to take the knight, Judith, then black's still a pawn up, but the white rook's so active.
She will not take.
Mm-hmm.
I would be very upset with black if I would have to take that knight.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be very upset.
Yeah, maybe she's upset that knight c7 was found by Divya. Still under 3 minutes, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I understand.
Mm-hmm. Feels like the next few moves, at least for Divya, should be easier. Like knight c7 was very difficult. She found it. Now the next moves, it's either you react, you just capture back on c7, or you take on e6. Next
It's
move.
3 minutes on her clock.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Both moves
Bibisara.
to make.
Yeah. Bibisara likely to think now. Judith, maybe we can jump back to Vaishali to see how the other leader is getting on.
Sure.
Okay, we've just seen a question mark from Vaishali, but still better, still a pawn up. We last left it a few moves ago. We saw rook e4 hitting the black queen. We predicted this. Queen a6, maybe. Okay, no, queen a7 instead. Queen exchanges, threatened. Black has to dodge. And just to explain to everyone, oh, bishop b2, apparently given a question mark. I mean, hard to say what else is better. Maybe king b2, rook c4, other moves. But okay, bishop b2, I think very harsh to give a question mark to that. And rook to a5. Still not easy, still can't relax. Rook a8 coming, queen a7. Infiltration on the a file.
Yeah. But it's far from problem for white.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how would you make sure it's not a problem here? We can dance with the queens again, but maybe black now is jumping into f2.
Ah, you're looking for counterplay there.
Pawn down, have to justify it somehow. Mainly just trying to repeat the position like queen d7, queen f2, queen d2, and then I go back and argue that the black queen's now on a7.
Though the rook probably stands better on a file than on the b file.
Mm-hmm.
Because tripling on the a file can cause me problems.
Yes. Very much problematic. It would be easy to get nervous here. I'm suddenly thinking like, oh, Vaishali, clock situation not so dramatic, but would she be happy to like bishop c3, for example, if they start moving around like this? Do you think it's pragmatic, Vaishali, to play it a bit safer?
First of all, I don't know how much she's following the other game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or is she only focusing on her own game? Let's get the best and then I look around. Because this can be also a strategy.
Mm-hmm.
To make her more nervous.
Yeah, I don't see Vaishali looking around as much as I see some of the other players. Like Bibisara was clearly looking elsewhere. I think
she played what? Bishop c3?
I think she's repeated bishop c3. Or she's at least saying to Lagno, you can repeat for a second time if you want. Maybe not a third repetition, maybe getting closer to move 40. We don't have confirmation on the camera. It looked like bishop c3 though. FIDE with the boards lagging slightly behind, but bishop c3 I think was played. And
This is what I thought also, but
oh. Okay, Judith, there's a question though. Does black keep the rook on the A file? Does black repeat by going back to B5? Because we did see that bishop B2 was adorned with a question mark. Maybe she doesn't.
and to go where? Rook A6 or rook B7?
Rook A6 maybe. Kind of want to keep the queen in the middle of the two rooks just for mating purposes. But maybe not so effective. Some differences, the rook can use B4.
And if I'd go simply queen D7?
Mm-hmm. Queen D7. Okay. You have something nasty in mind if I play rook A8?
Rook B4.
Yeah, rook B4. Check it out, Judith. E4.
Sorry. Wow.
I mean, this is still very unclear. Like bishop takes G7, queen takes B4, and I don't know, threatening some. Yeah, maybe not immediately threatening mate, but
But it's not threatening, so you can go E takes F3.
yeah, maybe even E3, but E takes F3.
Yeah.
Tactics.
Very beautiful E4, and we have to show it what happens if rook B6.
Yeah, rook
one.
B6. Yes. That's what the dragon bishop is all about, right? Like Sicilian dragon players, they put the bishop there on move 6, and then or 7, and then they try for some queenside attack eventually. Would you say, Judith, this is a 3-result game still, or most likely Vaishali can pull the break at some point and make a draw if she really needs to? Rook A6 played.
Well, there is always possibility to blunder. That's no question.
Mm-hmm.
Blunder option is always there.
Yes. Could be a blunderful day.
But do you think she would be happy to make a draw? It was not only gaining time?
Yeah.
Repetition?
Unclear. I think she maybe after bishop to b2 realized the rook was strong on the a file, so just started repeating. But yeah, I don't think a draw is on the cards anymore after rook to a6. Not continuing Lagno. But in the meantime, Vaishali continuing to think. Let's go back to Bibisara's game, where Divya is very low on time. Knight g4, we've seen knight to e6. Oh, knight takes e6, sorry. And okay, how does black coordinate the pieces suddenly? If anything, Judah, I would be slightly scared here as black. White bishop's coming to d5.
You would be
knight
scared?
g5.
Why? Rook e8.
Rook e8. Okay. I saw the outline of some mates, so bishop d5.
Rook f6.
Oof. Hero is just scared, Judah, of some knight g5, and
This is what I'm saying. Rook f6 is so suspicious.
yeah, rook f6. Okay, so candidate moves. Bishop d5 protects the knight. Knight g5, very important for everyone at home that b8 is covered, otherwise that would be checkmate. Okay, rook e7 as well, maybe? But bishop d5 feels the most natural.
Yes, bishop d5 seems to be very strong.
Yeah, it's nice to give the white king some breathing space as well, just in case of any checks later. What is her intention? Does she want to give a check anyway, maybe? And
Check king g2.
yeah, king g2.
Don't forget after bishop d4, rook b8 is threat.
Exactly. I was wondering whether black could play like h5. Black's not quite in time to give mate yet because of king h3, so maybe h5 should defending the knight.
Knight f4.
Ah, that's a very strong move. Okay, she's played not bishop d5, but knight to g5 and bishop d4 check. King to h1. Wow, Judith, maybe... Well, she can force a draw now, Bibisara, but maybe she has to here before rook takes h7.
That's a huge threat, followed by bishop d5. Bibisara might have to bail out by repeating with her knight. Knight f2, knight g4. Forever.
Well, if she does, then it's going to be nail-biting sometime until Vaishali finishes her game.
Yes, and Vaishali's still up a pawn, still +1. Or a5 according to the computer. For those of us who were here yesterday, knight f2 check. Judah, it looks like a draw might be forced. She's repeating. Bibisara.
Interesting that she goes to h1 and not to h3.
All roads leading to the same here. Divya's looking at Vaishali's board. She might want to help out her countrywoman, her compatriot Vaishali. A draw here would be like gold to Vaishali if she can win. This is it. They're repeating. It's going to be the third time. Clock is stopped. Bibisara doesn't look happy, Judith. She's called the arbiter. And there we go. Handshake. Bibisara forces a draw, and now she needs Vaishali to lose if Bibisara wants to win the tournament outright, or we could still see playoffs if Vaishali makes a draw. This is so important, and that means our attention will be very much focused on Vaishali for the rest of the round. Could she do it? Could she win and win the candidates, qualify for the World Championship match? John, this is monumental, this repetition here.
Absolutely huge. Vaishali, well, her fate is now in her hands. So Bibisara has done all she can. What an incredible game as well. I just want to give both of you like huge kudos for your analysis on this board. I feel like Judith, David, you guys have demonstrated over the last 20 minutes, half an hour, why even if you take a look at a position with the eval bar being deadly accurate, none of that matters unless you actually understand the nature of the position and the tactics available. This was so much fun to watch, and I really hope everyone in chat got a lot out of it just as much as I did. That was fantastic stuff. Some great moves being played under tremendous time pressure, and that game now ends in a draw. So, Vaishali's fate now in her own hands as we go into the break. We find out when we come back whether or not she can clinch her spot to play for the World Championship, or if we end up going to tie breaks tomorrow. In the meantime, you've been watching these boards virtually, but you don't have to. You've got the Chess Up 2. This is the world's best smelling. It probably is the world's best smelling smart board, to be honest, especially if you're playing David on the other side of the board. It's officially integrated with chess.com, and you can play rated games and challenge bots on a real physical board with no phone required, thanks to built-in Wi-Fi and a touchscreen. Their TouchSense tech ensures pro-level accuracy, and it only registers your move when you let go, just like in a tournament. It's got a built-in clock and AI assistance as well, so it's the ultimate way to play. Save 10% with the code CHESS at playchessup.com, or type !ChessUp in chat to grab the deal. And coming soon to a pharmacy near you, Takes on F7 by David. See you in a few.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel.
If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
That's the only record I have.
Well done, but come on.
Awesome.
Okay.
Who is the youngest woman ever to become a grandmaster?
Youngest one to ever become a grandmaster?
Judith Polgar?
There's so few possibilities here. The youngest woman ever to become a grandmaster. So I think Judith became a grandmaster when she was 15. Yifan, I think, was 14. The question is if there's anybody younger.
I'll go back to... It's like one of two people again. I'm going to say who's Judith Polgar.
But who would that be? No, it's got to be Hu Yifan.
Polgar.
It's actually Ho Yifan.
Just for a bonus question, Judith was not even the second youngest. She's the third youngest.
Oh.
The second youngest.
Yeah, it was number 2. That's a better trivia question.
Bibisara.
Lagno, maybe? No, she was a little bit later.
Muzichuk.
I won't even ask which one, but no, it's not.
It's not Bide.
Yeah.
She's from Russia?
Second youngest grandmaster. Like, there are just so few options.
Or from China too?
So this player managed to become a grandmaster at the age of 15 years and 1 month.
Second youngest. 20 plus years ago.
But from China, so many players, it's impossible.
Humpy?
From Kazakhstan? No?
I'm probably wrong, but I would say who's Pia Kramling?
Humpy.
Okay, good.
Yeah, she was really good early on.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FIDE Candidates 2026. During the break, we managed to get an interview with Bibisara, whose game just finished. Mike, take it away. What did she have to say?
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Bibisara Assaubayeva, who just drew her game. It should be noted that at the time of this interview, Vaishali's game is still going on. So she's got one eye on me, one eye on the screen. Let's talk about your game. Looked like you were in for a fight today. We didn't know if you're going to go for a King's Indian or a Benoni, but tell us about your opening choice, first of all.
Yeah, I didn't prepare for this move order because after d4, knight f6, g3, I can, if I play g6, you can play bishop g2 and e4 there, and I think I play something bad, and I have very unpleasant position after the opening. But after d takes a6, I thought everything is good, and maybe it was around equal or a little bit worse. But then I tried to play for a win, and I missed knight d6. I saw it when it was her move, but I was lucky that she don't have a lot of time to calculate, and the game ended in a draw.
So do you have some mixed feelings? I know you wanted to win, but also you could have very easily had a loss if she found this knight d6, knight f7 idea. So what are your feelings about the result?
Yeah, I'm happy that the tournament is end, actually, because it's super long tournament and it's very exhausting to play every game. It feels very nervous, and okay, if Vaishali will not win, we will play tiebreak, but if not, I think I did my best.
You did, and I was going to say it may not be over. So how much are you going to watch this Vaishali game in the next couple of hours?
I think I will not watch this because women chess, everything can happen. So yeah.
You must be proud of the way, though, that you fought back into tournament contention in the second half. I mean, I think you'd won like 3.5 out of 4 going into today.
Yeah, sure. And it's very pleasant because I won against very strong players. They are a top seed in the tournament by rating. So yeah. Okay, I shouldn't lost 2 games in a row in the first 7 rounds.
Did you prepare more for today's game than your usual amount, or did you stick to your routine?
Yeah, maybe I prepare a little bit more, but okay, in the whole tournament, everyone played with me e4, and actually I didn't wait d4. Yeah.
Now, before every game, you've seen me. I'm filming you. You're walking up and down with your mom, for 15 minutes or so. What are you and your mom typically talking about in those moments before the games?
It depends on our mood. We can talk about our plans, where we can go after this tournament, or talking about some gossips. And sometimes she also said to me that you need to concentrate, just enjoy chess and show your best.
And I think you did. And finally, I know you've talked about how exhausting this tournament is. Is this the most exhausting tournament you've ever played?
Yes. Yesterday after my game, I have headache and everything. I was very tired and feel jealous a little bit to Java here because he was happy his tournament is finished. Yeah. Okay, I also need to win 6 games to have this.
But you're also proud of him as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, I want to ask one additional question. Javakir's coach told me that they play cards at night just to let his brain take a little rest, get his mind off of chess. What do you do after each game to just sort of relax and decompress?
Yeah, we play together actually, because for this game we need 4 people.
Do you beat Javakir?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, Bibisara, thanks so much for your time. We have one eye on Vaishali's game, and I hope to talk to you again tomorrow because that means a tiebreak will have occurred.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. And thank you, Bibisara. That was a really refreshingly insightful interview, sort of like the life of a chess player, the feelings, the emotions, what she gets up to in her spare time. I love that we were talking about her almost daily ritual of walking into and up and down the playing hall with her mom. Really interesting stuff. So, David, Judith, I'm going to leave you with this question to ask the both of you, and you can answer in whatever order you want. What are some of your pre-game rituals or things that you typically do before a competitive chess game? It doesn't have to be all the time throughout your career, even stuff that you did, when you were much younger. Be keen to hear a little bit more about those. Over to you.
Ooh.
Well,
John,
for me, I start
question.
first, David. Maybe for me it's easier because I can connect to Bibisara because I was traveling a lot with my mom to tournaments from my teenage times. Before, when I was traveling together with my family, then it was different because I could chat a lot with my sisters. But then I was also traveling only with my mom, playing on stronger tournaments without my sisters. And yeah, walking was always a very refreshing thing before the game, and also the same thing like we could do about talk about anything. But I think most of the players have their rituals, the routine of the day. When I wake up, I do my gym. Then when I go to eat, when I have my walking period of time, and also after the game. But of course. It is something what was very important in my life also to have a routine and do similar things to relax and try to focus and get into the mindset of the game. What about you, David?
Oh yeah, I was going to say the same. Like any professional chess player, I think also likes to kind of just sit and gossip. Like chess players are the biggest gossips in the world. We just chat about anything, about life, about film, about relationships, about everything. I think I always played my best tournaments when I was actually a bit more busy. So like it would be maybe playing football in the mornings or playing cards in the evenings or I don't know, just doing something with others to relax. But somehow I found it difficult. I never had anyone constant traveling with me. So I didn't have someone saying, okay, now we're doing this, taking the mental burden, the mental load off me, saying, okay, now we're going to play cards. Now you're going to go to the gym. Now I found it very hard to motivate myself if I was alone to exercise or go for walks or eat at the same time, sleep at the right time. I always try to, these days, I'm an old man, I try to have a bath every day at the same time, in the evening, just to fully relax so I sleep better. But yeah, I think for me, sleep was the biggest issue and turning the brain off was hard. So yeah, it's great that Bibisara said she's found a way to do that. Clearly, Sindarov as well, Vachier, he's found a healthy routine and yeah, Judith, having a good support network, it's, I think, the most important thing these days. That's what also sets the young generation apart. They have these entourages, they have teams. Maybe we were all too much of lone wolves back in the day.
But I think if we look back on the best players who were succeeding, I mean, first one comes to mind, for example, Kasparov. He was supported by his mother for a very long time. And Gary had his team, right? Coaches, all kind of people around him, and usually at least one person who is fully dedicated. And we've seen the Indian young talents, almost all of them, like Pragnananda's mother is with them, making everything possible to support him. And we've seen in many occasions. I've seen Divya had her mom. I think she's there now, but I'm not sure. But I saw when she won the Grand Prix. Then she was or the World Cup. Which one did she win?
World Cup.
World Cup. When she won that, her mother was with her. When you see Gukesh going around, it's his father who is with him. So you see many of these. Of course, there are exceptions. But mostly when you're going to see a very talented kid thriving from a very young age, you see that one of the parents, also with Magnus. I mean, Magnus had his parents around him supporting. Even now, Henrik is going around. So I think that that support system can be sometimes simply, I'm pretty sure that the players think that without them it would be kind of impossible. And we can see that Sindarov also has his support system in different ways. And it is one of the most important things as a chess player, as a sport person, I think, to be able to switch off your brain in a way that you're really ready to zoom out, do other things, and then go back. So the emotional support is also extremely important, sometimes more important than what's going on in the chess lines.
Exactly, fully agree. Not coincidence that yeah, there tends to be patterns, and maybe it's a culture thing, Judith, because I grew up in the UK and like in certain parts of the West, it's like there used to be jokes. It's like, oh my god, that person's 18 and they're still traveling with their parents. Like, what's wrong with them? Like, and I stopped traveling to tournaments with my family when I was around 17, 18, because people would question it and they were like, oh, that's a waste of money. Why is the parent paying for their own travel, paying for their own accommodation? Like, you're old enough to travel alone. And I did find it difficult, like that transition and planning meals for myself when I was trying to lock in and focus on the chess, planning travel myself, planning everything. And no doubt a support network helps. And here we go. No doubt Prag's in Vaishali's corner cheering for her now since his game is finished. And Judith, just a couple of moves, a couple of things have happened in this game. We're down to 9 minutes for Vaishali. It's move 33, so 7 moves to go. But okay, I wanted to mention rook c7 might have been a strong move in this position, but I'm being told there's breaking news elsewhere.
That's absolutely right, David. Thank you very much for this one. It's not going to come as a huge surprise, but the great Blue Baum sweep has been broken, and Winish Giri taking home the ultra kill, winning with the black pieces here in the final round to take himself to clear second in the candidates on 8.5 points. Back to you.
Thank you, John. Very impressive tournament from Giri. Great result there. 8.5 is normally enough for at least a race for first place. It's even been enough to win the tournament on past occasions. I think Vichy and won the candidates with 8.5 alone. So congrats to Giri. But Blue Baum, no wins this event. Lots of proud moments to look back on, though. And yeah, here, Judith, I was saying rook c5, a bit of a curious move, given a question mark just a few moments ago, because after h5, for example, bishop takes e5 never ever works, since we showed a similar tactic earlier, rook a1 check. The black bishop suddenly joins the party, comes to life. So rook c5 played by Vaishali, don't really fully understand. Maybe the idea is to play queen to c4. h5, giving the black king some breathing space. g4. The computer giving question mark really wanted to line up on the 7th rank, saying white is totally winning, just rook c7, rook d7, just going for it. Black is too slow. But she missed this, and now we get the current position. And I'm assuming...
David, I have a question. Did we see a single g4 in this tournament which was good? Because now only the question mark ones comes to mind.
There have been a few question marks. You're thinking Fabiano against Sindarov. Yep.
And there was some other one also.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, this g4 has a bad reputation on this event.
Yeah, maybe that's some homework for anyone in chat right now with a bit of time on your hands. If you're sitting at the office, slacking off from work, just listening, watching us, then yeah, go check out. Have there been any g4 moves that have been good this tournament? Yasipenko's played g4 this round, but he's in a big trouble. G4 given a question mark. I guess, Judah, it's a typical idea to attack and maybe deter f5, but here an attack at least down the board, like with the h-pawn, is unrealistic, so just way too slow. So maybe just a loss of time.
Actually, I don't really understand why she came up with g4. I mean, I'm a g4 fan, of course, but generally speaking, maybe because she didn't find her plan. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's definitely not against f5.
Yeah. Not here, at least. Yeah, because f5 weakens the black king, allows the queens to come off. So, okay, interesting.
Okay, so g4, right. No fine.
Mm-hmm.
Takes, and, well, still much better. Maybe she wants to go h4, h5.
Yeah. Does she get the time, is the question. If Judith loves g4 so much, she should play it on move 1, is the comment from
Not that much.
No. You love it a healthy amount. The grob opening 1 g4 is, I think actually, according to the computer, it's the worst first move on
David,
the board.
you got a question there too.
G4 always bad. Does that mean h4 is always good? Yes. When in doubt,
but h4 can still come.
Yeah, exactly. h4 is still in your pocket.
And that will be good already.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Judith. Queen, I'm not sure how to get there, but the queen needs to go to a7 to line up. I don't know if it's the Alekine's gun, because the queen's normally at the back. But when the triple major pieces, the queen and rooks, line up, there's going to be a big threat. So I can see 2 ways to get there, either e7 or b6. Let's try this one. first, maybe.
But after this, I go queen c4.
Uh-huh. That is annoying. Rook c8 to come. I wonder. I don't have as many tricks as I want, but okay, e4.
Can you imagine what kind of pressure Vaishali can have on her? She knows it.
Huge.
She's better. And if she wins, she plays the World Championship match. She's there.
Exactly. And
King h7, I go rook d3.
Uh-huh. Lining up.
You think only you can go to the a file and think about rook a1 checkmate at some point? No.
She is the lowest rated player in the field, Judith, so that would be historic as well. But also just the first half of the first 5 rounds she had, winless, in huge trouble, I think losing positions 3 or 4 times in a row and kept surviving. And now she's on the brink. Rook d3 looks very sensible, makes a lot of sense. Also, I mean, it maybe adds fuel to h4, h5.
And I told you h4 and then I forgot it.
How could you forget h4?
I don't know. Sorry, I apologize.
But maybe now it's a bit different.
Because queen e7.
Yeah. And the whole idea is after queen c4, queen a7, white doesn't have check on c8 to remove one of the powerful trio of tripled pieces. And the king's suddenly quite safe and checkmate threatened. I'm very impressed that white can survive this suddenly. Maybe the king has to start running. But okay, so that is Lagno's idea. Queen e7 or queen b6 and then queen a7. So Vaishali has 2 moves to stop this.
Well, both players are under 9 minutes already. Vaishali has less than 8.
7 moves to make.
What about... I have an idea. What about rook dd5?
dd5. Okay. We have queen to b6.
Can't I take rook e5?
Rook e5. Queen takes c5, Judith.
Ah!
I got it. Finally. I landed the tactic. Finally.
And it's the second time that I see this position already.
Yeah. I mean, it's the most important tactic in the position, I think. Black needs to somehow clear the e5 pawn out of the way at the right time with gain of tempo, and then...
She went rook cd5.
She went rook cd5. Okay. Mysterious. Or maybe not. Maybe she just wants to play rook d7.
And that's the way to take away the a7 square from the queen. Very cool.
Very cool.
I like rook d5.
Yeah, just to show everyone at home, like queen a3, like the reason the black needs the queen behind is because now, I guess there's just no checkmate and white can just
Rook
take on
f7.
it. Yeah. There's just one check and the king will hide. So the queen needs to be at the back or in the middle of the rooks. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense actually, suddenly. Rook d5. How about rook... Oh no, rook a3 or rook a2. How about rook a3? To try and get the queen in the middle of the rooks again.
Rook d6, rook b3?
That was my plan. I think it works. I don't know how this is equal.
It's dead equal.
Apparently.
C takes b?
C takes b, but then...
Takes bishop b2, queen c2.
Yeah. And then this is a draw? Ah, yeah.
I have rook c6.
Yeah. How is this still equal?
Rook c8, rook c6.
Rook c or b?
No, maybe rook b8 you have to go.
Wait, how is this still... Black's a rook down, but yeah, rook b8,
Queen...
rook b1, queen b3. Okay, this is all forced clearly, but bishop 8. The king's running though. How is this?
0-0-0, David.
How?
This is what I'm saying, that people don't understand that we know the evaluation, we know what's the best move, but we don't understand it. This is modern chess.
Yeah. And that's why like it's easy for us to occasionally criticize the players. Like if they've blundered something obvious, then we can say, okay, bad move. But often the bar collapses or the question mark appears and it's like, wait, it's some crazy variation deep down, something hidden, something mysterious, and we need time. So Queen C6 played, and in the meantime, okay, how about infiltration? Queen F6, Queen F4. Great suggestion from our chat there. Queen F6. I guess, Judith, this is intended towards clearing this diagonal.
No, intended for me to play Bishop E5 on Queen F6.
And yeah, even stronger now. Even stronger. Rook A1.
Provocation of Queen E5.
Provocation, yeah. And this is winning. In many ways, King B2 would have fought on a bit longer, but okay, she's played Queen C6, hitting the bishop. Loose pieces don't drop off because the bishop retreated. And now Rook A2 or question mark Judith, but this is blunder territory for both players. Like this is so easy to go wrong for Vaishali. 6 minutes. They
Well, isn't it Rook
moves to make.
D8? Rook D8 and oops, sorry. No. I thought no misunderstanding.
Now we understand the genius of Lagner's King H7. There's no more checks. No more checks on G8. How can this be that bad? Yeah, I would be terrified as white, I've got to say. I've got to admit. It might be something weird like C4 or... Queen A6 is coming. G5 played.
Oh, that's a cool move. Queen H4, Rook D8. Wow.
Great move from Vaishali.
Killer move. G5, very strong.
Yeah, that is beautiful. I was looking for the exact same idea, but I was like trying to play Queen F3 and going round and just looked
that
weird.
would be too.
Yeah, exactly. Just to show that. That's why I didn't suggest Queen F3. I realized I'd blundered Rook B2 and E4. And this is a discovered attack. So same idea, just even better from Vaishali. Just new angle. And the Queen check and Judith, your Rook D8. That's going to be hard to stop.
And Vaishali could show that the king on H7 is badly placed.
Very, very nice move from Vaishali. Huge threat. Queen H4.
Very powerful.
Followed by Rook D8 check. Okay, Black needs to cover D8 then. But maybe just Rook D8
Then
anyway.
also. Yeah, I'm not sure White wants to go that for sure. But maybe just Rook D7.
Rook D7 as well. But just to show it is possible if White wants to try and bail out at some point. Maybe not immediately, but this type of idea. And King takes A2. Probably Black has some checks and game continues. But yeah, you're suggesting in this position, Queen B6, just Rook to D7, Judith. And now the Black Queen cannot move away from covering D8 because of this idea. Now we understand Vaishali's G4. It was all part of the genius plan.
Though Black can go Queen A5 now.
Oh, now I have to bail out with Queen H4, Rook D8. Or... Still not obvious. How can White be winning? Is it
maybe
C4?
C4.
Yeah. Apparently not. This is tough. C3 is the other option, but that just looks weird. Does White just play... I mean, And king c1, there's another reason I just wanted to say that g5 is, yeah, it is king c1, just process of elimination, it had to be.
It's a crazy thing.
Hard move. But that's another good thing about g5. There was one variation earlier, I was a bit scared that bishop h6 check would come. And she's blocked it. She's blocked it. Ooh, queen
b6.
Had to be done by Lagno. She's getting closer to that World Championship match, Vaishali.
Maybe now White will go bishop c3, you know?
Come back?
Yes, because now...
Just to cover the square.
Well, also to move away from rook b2, it seems like the engine says it's not the best way of doing it.
But it's logical.
But, you know, there is the engine way of winning and there is the human way of winning. And there are very rarely it matches.
Yes. Fully agree. Anyone who's analysed deeply with an engine will know that they very rarely match. Okay, bishop c3 looks also tempting. Also keeps the advantage, just not as immediately winning according to the computer. Vaishali, what else could she try?
Well, what is very important, not to play h4.
Yes. She needs that square for her queen. No more checks, and then black can start threatening. Probably not queen a6 immediately, probably. Oh, still hard to tell. Maybe queen a7. Just to keep the diagonal open. It's not so easy for Vaishali though. Still a lot of work to be done, despite the bar going to a7 levels right now. Bar's all the way up here. +3, but not clear why. I have a feeling she might bail out, you know, Judah. I have a feeling, especially because the clocks are low, there's a temptation to go queen h4, rook d8, get all the rooks off the board, but that would lose the advantage objectively. She's got 4 moves to make. And, oh, she goes for the check. Does that mean she's going to get the rooks off the board? Oh, no, she just repeats. That's so professional. Queen e4, she's getting closer to move 40. That's a good idea. She doesn't want to commit before getting more time on the clock. She wants to have 30 minutes to wonder what to do next. And if Lagno goes back king h7, then Vaishali will more likely find the winning move with more time later.
Actually, it's a very smart way of doing it, because probably Lagno was considering already some move which she might have not liked after king h7. She understands it completely that this is only a repetition of moves. It's not a silent draw for her. And of course, she's going to be thinking sometime, and after thinking a minute or two, she will go back to king h7. So Vaishali will even win sometime. And of course, she's thinking about king h7 position. What is she going to be playing? Karpov used to do these things. It took me time until I also started to understand that this is a good way of from practical chess point of view to get a better situation.
Exactly. And whoa, we see rook to a4 from Lagno, given a question mark. Apparently a huge blunder, a huge mistake. But what's the killer blow? She's cutting off the 4th rank. That makes sense. The rook cannot be taken by the pawn. Queen takes b2 is checkmate. What is the winning idea for Vaishali? Does she just play rook d8 and then just move the queen? Go to the 3rd rank?
What do you mean? I was thinking... So rook d8, king h7.
Yeah, and then just queen f3.
Rook b2.
Rook b2, so not queen f3. It has to be a different square.
We cannot play rook d... no, but c4. Isn't it c4?
Just c4. Oh my gosh, c4, it's over. It's over. On the spot. Oh, Vaishali, this is the key. If she gives a check and plays c4, she wins. It's check. She's checkmating the black king. That's... I think you're right, Judith. That might be the only way. Because otherwise the e-pawn does move.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah. Oh, Lagno, she should have repeated. Vaishali baited her into this, tricked her with this move order. So clever from Vaishali. She's on the brink.
She had to go back to h7 if Vaishali finds c4. I think she will find it, by the way, because first of all by elimination, secondly, I mean she sees this queen h4 thing. She created it for herself.
She's so good tactically. And the key, Judith, like just to show this line one more time, rook d8, king moves, c4. She would have to rely on queen f2. This is the only thing that can scare her, covering h4 and hitting b2. But then b2. I guess the white rook, white rook just retreats. Game over. Once the black queen moves, there's either queen h4 check, or at the very minimum, white can take this rook. Hanging rook on a4.
But Vaishali is nervous, watching, look. She's checking on the clock. She's nervous, and I'm not sure she sees it. I thought she sees it. Because I'm sure she thinks about rook d8, rook d4 to cut.
Let's bring her up on full screen, Vaishali. Let's zoom in, see her eyes. Has she seen rook d8? She's looking at the top rank. She's looking at the back rank. Like Feature Chat said there, she forgot about the back rank Lagno. But it's just c4. That's the only difficult one, and then it's over. And then she wins the candidates. Check and c4.
But if she doesn't find it?
Then it's a game.
Is queen e1 trouble for white? Or it's also good?
Here or? Okay, queen to e1 here. I guess black can at the very least go back to a8 and say, not over yet. Cover the back rank.
Well, if she did, she's going also down to 2 minutes.
Yeah, if she plays this move with 2 seconds left on her clock, rook d8 and c4, that's still enough. She's only got 2 moves to make to the time control. Move 39 incoming.
Rook d8, c4. The problem is if you don't see it in 2 minutes, you might panic.
Yeah. It might be difficult visually. c4's never been on the cards realistically for the whole game. Like, that just opened up the white king too much. There was always pressure on the b file. So c4 hasn't been an issue the whole game until now.
I'm sure Lagno sees c4. I'm 100% sure that she sees it.
Okay.
Check.
Move 40 is going to decide it. Lagno's seen it. Lagno doesn't react immediately. This is it. Lagno knows she's blundered. Bishop f8 is just hopeless as well.
No, but she should have played king. She played? She played king h7.
Oh, she might have given it away to Vaishali there. c4. Move 40. She gets an extra 30 minutes after it as well.
It's crazy. If c4 now, she wins and qualifies. If not c4, it's open.
Yep. Okay. We're expecting c4. I just don't think any other move right now.
After c4, by the way, rook a1 is possible, but king c2.
Nice trick there. Has to be seen. Rook a1, just white dodges. Any checks with queen f2 can be blocked by the white rooks. She's seen queen h4, so she probably finds c4, says the Feature Chat here. She hasn't found it yet. 50 seconds to decide her fate. She'll never get a better chance. c4 on the board. Wow, Vaishali so close now, touching distance to a world championship match.
We could say before one move away.
One move away, and she found the move. She found the key move. She's threatening mate in 2. Queen h4 check. Game over. Lagno cannot stop it. Now, Judith, I know g4 was given a question mark earlier, but g4, g5 looks like genius from Vaishali.
Who can mistake in g4, right?
Why did we doubt? How could we doubt?
You see, in the good times, 20 years ago, no engines. We would think, you see, g4. This is what I was telling to people. I played my g4 stuff. It worked out for me. And then people were telling me that g4 is a bad move. I said, come on, look at the game. It was great. But now you cannot say these things because they say, no, but look at the engine. It just kills your idea.
Mm-hmm.
So how will Lucknow try to save herself and give the fight?
I don't think there's any way to fight here. Vaishali hasn't left the board. It is move 40. She's gained 30 minutes on the clock. She knows, Vaishali looked over. She knows Bibisara has drawn. This is it. The computer gives one way to fight on, only one, but it's barely fighting. The computer suggests rook takes b2, check. I'll put this on the board while Lagno thinks. King takes, queen f2, check. And the white rook blocks one of the rooks. And queen f4, just to stop the checkmate on the 4th rank. Saves the rook. Since queen takes, it's a check. But although the bishop's been unleashed, I mean, this is just over Judith. White's the exchange up, no compensation. Pawn's running. Lagno's doomed.
Poor mom of Vaishali. I'm so much with her. What can she live through in these moments?
The ups and downs.
But,
Judith, it must have been the same with your parents when they were watching you fighting for these titles.
Well, Prague is understanding what's going on the chessboard. The mother, I think she's not playing really chess. She also understands it completely because she sees the body language of Vaishali. And she understands what's going on by that. But it's not always easy to be a parent. You'll know it too, David.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure there's a lot of parents out there right now listening to this, knowing how stressful it can be. And Lagno, she tried everything.
Sometimes, yeah.
Go on, Judith.
No, sometimes it's very heartbreaking. I remember my mom, like she was so upset when she was just completely felt that she cannot help. She would take over some of my losses to struggle herself on my pain. But if we lose a game, we lose a game. She can't share it on the pain. But also parents have their bitter, difficult moments, especially when you have a kid who is in a competition.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Lagno knows now. Less than 1 minute. And ultimately, like, she tried everything, Judith. She threw her house at Vaishali. She knew she needed to win, Lagno, as well. She risked it, and yeah, it was just that one move, rook a4. Okay, she was in big trouble. She probably objectively lost, but without rook a4, anything could still have happened. I think a good tip for everyone at home, like before move 40 with no time, yeah, risking things like that, taking gambles, it's double-edged.
But I'm not sure she saw c4 when she played rook a4. Actually, I'm quite positive she did not see c4. And then, it happens that... What?
Rotate c4. Desperation.
What is this?
I think it's just tantamount to resignation. Like, it's queen takes c4. She wants to take on b2 probably and play e4, unleash the bishop, but yeah, white can block that. White can move the king. This is over. This might be the final few minutes before we can declare Vaishali the winner. Queen takes c4. She plays it. She doesn't even use the extra 30 minutes she could have had. Rook takes b2. Double rook sacrifice. But this just doesn't work. Vaishali knows. She doesn't want to stand up, let the nerves sink back in. She's on the brink now.
But why did the clock didn't jump?
Yeah, I think because they get increment in the first 40 moves, they only add the extra 30 minutes once one of the clocks hits 0. So there are different ways.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in the open, as soon as they hit move 40, they get the extra 30 minutes. But here, only when they hit 0.
This will always stay a mystery for me. Why the women's section plays with a different time control than the open section.
Yeah, same.
But there are some mysteries.
Satovsky's explained in some social media posts if anyone wants to do the research. But Lagno, going through the stages of grief, there's only one trick I see that Vaishali could fall into. After e4 check, if she uses the wrong rook to block. Yeah, rook 1 to d4 would be a terrible mistake now, because queen takes d8 would win the rooks. But king c2, the other rook to d4, too much material up. And Judith, they have the extra 30 minutes now. Vaishali, I mean, it's just been an incredible tournament, so up and down for her. It looked like it was going so poorly, then it went so well. Then she lost to Zhu Jiner 2 rounds ago with white when she was 1 point up in the lead. And she just corrected course, stayed calm. She's going to get the job done.
Actually, she lost both of her games against Zhu Jiner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, losing to the top seed twice, one of the main rivals, but still winning the tournament ahead of everyone else is very impressive. I think
But this is very interesting that, sorry, in the last 2 rounds, she made a draw, and then she lost in round 12, and she's still going to be able to win it.
Mm-hmm.
If she wins. This is something very fortunate, actually.
Yeah.
Because Zhu Jiner had to lose yesterday in order that this is possible. So it was not only in her hands. Now it is since the Bibisara game finished. It's only in her hands.
Mm-hmm. And Vaishali might win this outright with the same score as Anish Giri got second in the Open Candidates. Mm-hmm. That shows how well Giri did. But still not enough if there's a runaway winner here. There was no runaway winner, and she took her chances when they came. I think, what stands out to me, Judith, from Vaishali is just the resilience, like the tactical vision. So resourceful, so tricky, always keeps hope. Like, even she's been outplayed several times, but she finds resources. And her opponents, they haven't capitalized on all those chances they got against her. It's been impressive.
She's always sitting at the board. I've never seen her walking around.
Yeah. Even at move 40 here, she was about to be 2 rooks for a bishop up, but she still wasn't walking around, still rooted to her chair. Didn't even go to the bathroom, didn't even get any refreshments at the time control. Rook d4, king c2. Calculating here, this is just double checking. Very professional from Vaishali. King to b1, also winning.
King b1.
And finally, she leaves her chair. Oh, Judith, do you think we'll see resignation from Lagno soon? Just no material left, no pieces.
Not enough pieces.
Mm-hmm. It's all relative.
Not enough pieces.
Queen and bishop would be nice if the opponent only had a queen and bishop, but the opponent has a queen and 2 rooks. And the black king is caught in a kill zone as well.
Well, she's quite impressive, Vaishali. She has the perseverance. We can see she comes back again and again and again and again.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think of her chances in a world championship match against Wenjun, Vaishali? Very different styles between those 2 players.
Well, she has to make incredible work to improve on different parts of her play, I think. Because she cannot make as many mistakes as she did here, because it will be not forgiven to her. So if she can limit a bit of her inaccuracies, then it can be a very balanced match.
Yeah.
It can be a very balanced match, but I mean, after all, she was the underdog in this event. She had the lowest rated, clearly. We can say even by far that she was the lowest rated player. So as she was the underdog, everybody understands that Vaishali is serious and she can be dangerous in every tournament. But still, you know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
well, for the players, it's you play differently against who has lower rated players, at least unconsciously, or it might be the case.
For sure. And we've reached move 40 here. We've reached move 40 everywhere now. But of course, this is the biggest game of the round. Lagno's thinking, and we don't see any result yet. Vaishali away from the board. So that gives us the opportunity to bring in John. Unpack for us your emotions, John, watching that time scramble and watching Vaishali take what looks like key steps to the World Championship match.
Oh, this is wild. It feels like we're watching all of the stages of grief play out over the board. But it wouldn't be the first time in this tournament where we've said words to that effect and then somehow a different results pop out of the woodwork. This is looking pretty clear cut. But again, the number of times I've said that over the last 2 weeks. Lagno is making sure every possible resource, however unlikely, however far-fetched, is completely exhausted before even entertaining the possibility of anything else. This is true competitive spirit right here. The players have extra time to do this as well. If you're going to lose the game, use your time and make sure it really is 100% loss first. It makes perfect sense. So we'll find out if there are any tricks at all to potentially save this when we come back. But right now, it's beginning to look like Vaishali has her shot at the World Championship. We'll see you guys after the break.
Can chess players lie? And if yes, who can lie the best? That's what we had in mind as we got the top chess players of the world to participate in a lying contest where we ask them certain questions and they have to lie. So for the next segment, it's called Lie to Me, and the goal is to answer with the wrong answer. What is your name?
Pragananda.
Are you human?
No. So if I can't answer what he answered and not the right answer, I'll say yes.
How do knights move?
Vertically. Diagonally.
Who is the goat of chess?
Anish. I wanted to say Prague, but he's not even going to make the fake goat, Prague. It's going to be Vaishali.
Who is the biggest chess YouTuber on the planet?
Anish Giri. Chess assist.
What is your profession?
Vlogger. Okay, painter. That's so random. Why painter?
Shake off the excess. And just.
Which is your next tournament after the GCL?
Indian Nationals with under 12 section. Girls. Okay, this one you should just take it. Yeah.
How long have you been married for?
What am I supposed to answer?
The wrong answer.
I've by accident not say the right answer, like by accident. My memory. Okay, 27 years. 20 years.
Nice. One player who's definitely your second for the candidates.
Prague. Ikaro.
Who invented chess?
Garry Kasparov. Magnus Carlsen.
How old are you?
77.
Among chess players, who is your best friend?
I think this is what they were setting up here for all of
Yes. This is the punchline. This is the punchline. Gidit Gujarati.
Okay, this is difficult. Okay, Bobby Fischer.
What is castling?
Choosing the best actor for the role.
Capturing pawn with pawn.
What's the shape of a chessboard?
Square.
Triangle.
I lost. I lost. No. I wanted to say circle. I said square. It's like such an deeply ingrained. I can't even say it wrong, even if I try.
What's your chess rating?
3000.
1660.
That might be your chess rating anyways.
It's not, but
Who is currently the worst Indian chess player?
Prague.
Would like to take notes.
Safest answer.
No, I also wanted to say that. Yeah, okay, I'll say Gukesh.
And finally, what is the correct spelling of chess?
CHEESE.
But it's CHESA, yeah?
That's what I said.
Wait, you said double S, no?
Yeah.
I think
you have to repeat it now.
Both are wrong, I think.
We're back with the FIDE Candidates 2026. Is Vaishali on the verge of booking her spot for a shot at the World Championship? That's the question we're all asking right now. It looked pretty one-sided and pretty conclusive when we were looking at the game before the break. So David, Judith, we're going to play my low-level chess favorite game here, which is how on earth is it even possible for this to go wrong? Now, earlier in the tournament, there have been situations where winning positions get drawn positions get lost.
Yeah, talking of winning positions getting lost, we've lost John and, at the perfect moment. Wow, yeah. If you guys could see John's face on the camera, frozen in a state of shock. And yeah, Judith, to finish his point, there's always chance for errors, right? Especially if the clocks tick down. especially if the nerves are high. Last rounds have this special ingredient, but here Vaishali has so much time, 28 minutes. She has so many pieces, 2 rooks for a bishop. She's going to cover everything. Yeah, now I'm expecting rook to f1, although, yeah, I guess the queen still has some threats to create.
Well done to the production team for stopping my caster curse when they did. Clearly, I need to shut up and let you guys get on with it. How do we lose this?
Well, you can always lose a game unless you can't. And this is maybe that kind of thing that, I mean, after all, we have an exchange and the rook up for white, right? So even if you blunder a rook, you're still okay and you're still winning. So one mistake, one deadly mistake can be only if, let's say, the black queen on e5 and white gets checkmate with queen a1, queen b2. And go back. No, but there's another way to lose if you keep your rook on d1 and d2, right?
Yeah. So
you just go back rook d1 and queen a1, then it's mate in 2. So these are the ways you can get lost. Otherwise, okay, I understand that black has a beautiful bishop. That's a fact. That's nice to have.
Yeah, and okay, Judith, the thing is, Vaishali, I know she's a tactical player. She's very direct if she can be. She likes to calculate. So what if she just goes straight for some material gains? What if she just tries to grab this pawn? Is there mate? I'm looking at queen a5, queen e5. We can look for maybe safer options if this doesn't work for white, but just curious.
And after
here.
queen g5?
Queen g5. I was forgetting that pawn was hanging. I was looking at the white king.
Rook d7.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not too scared. Although, queen g2?
I'm working on the request of John. How can we lose? King c1.
But king c1 I can... Oh no, I can't check you back. You still come to d1. Yeah, and
This is what I'm saying, that even if you blunder something, you can sneak away, unless you get mated.
Yeah. You can always sneak away, even if you have to run around the whole board. Everything is covered.
But before we continue looking this position, how to lose it with white, which is a great challenge, can we just see for a moment the final position of Fabiano? Because this is the kind of position you simply don't see in today's life, in today's world, on any level. It's just I don't know if you've seen it. I think we should share this because it's just unbelievable, especially after the beautiful rook sacrifice what Fabiano did.
Okay, let's try and bring up that board if we can. Fabiano Caruana looks like he's about to win, or at least he did when I was last. Oh, he finished.
Won the game already. Yes, but it's just unbelievable final position. And
wow. Let's jump in, Judith.
I mean, how often do you see a knight on a1?
Yeah, not too often, and probably for reasons that we're very grateful for. Is this even a knight? Is the existential question. It can't move. Maybe the white king isn't such a fan that it's there. But yeah, this is, well, I don't know if study-like is the right word. It's just very one-sided. Knight c4 is almost checkmate. Unstoppable. One final check could have been given, but the king can just creep away. And yeah, not material up even, Fabiano Caruana. We had that exchange sacrifice, rook takes c3 earlier, Judith. And this position, it's like, I mean, like you said, we never see it nowadays, but it's the type of thing that could have appeared in books, I don't know, 20 years ago, saying, okay, if you learn the Sicilian, especially the dragon type of positions, the first thing you need to know is rook takes c3 sacrifices. And it was this pawn structure that left the white king, white knight, just shuddering, not enjoying this at all. And the knight had to retreat to a1. A few moves later, the knight was hit on b3, stepped back into the corner, maybe the only safe square there, at least in order to keep the white queen defending c3. And yeah, positionally, Fabi was always winning. Picturesque stuff. Knight to b6, knight c4. It was always about the c4 square on Vaishali's board, but also here for Fabiano. And he won a great game. Yesipenko, a tournament to forget for him.
Well, it's not an easy tournament, and it's a long one. When you don't play well in a tournament and it's long, it can be very painful. I don't know if you ever had, David, such a tournament, but I remember in my life when I played in Vacanze, what was it, 2001, I think, or 2000 maybe. You know, when the tournament is long, you have 13 rounds, here it's 14, and everybody is hungry to beat you, especially after you have your -3 already and still 10 to go.
Yeah,
it's far from fun.
I've been there many times, Judith. You mentioned Vacanze. I've played there twice, but in the B and the C groups back in the day. And I remember one year I was leading the B group after the second rest day. So after 6 or 7 rounds, I was in the joint lead. And then I fell extremely ill. I could barely leave the bed. I was like, the weather in Vacanze is not warm. And then I just went on a losing streak. Oh god, it was like 4 in a row maybe, or maybe more. Just begging for the tournament to end. And I think like lengthwise it's comparable. Like there have been other tournaments. I think once I got like 1.5 out of 9. Like I was on like half out of 7 at some point. I had to rally to draw my last couple of games in an all-play-all. Yeah, when I was quite young. But these things happen, like you say, to every player. So it's just about bouncing back. Yesipenko's still young, got plenty of time. And maybe he'll get another shot in future at an event like this, and he'll be better prepared. He'll know what to expect.
Well, and he made a fantastic qualification to this event to play in the candidates. So, I mean, it's quite special for one's life to play. Some play more, like Giri and Fabiano, but, well, for Fabiano, it must have been a very, very difficult 3 weeks of his life.
That's true. And he finished on 7.5 points, I believe. But yeah, of course, he would have been looking way higher. He would have been dreaming higher. And okay, queen to f3 in the meantime on this board. It's all relative. Like first place or nothing was the mantra, the motto before the event, I think, for everyone. But yeah, often first place, that idea, the concept even disappears by the time you're at halfway. So yeah, it can be difficult. Judith, this board... Okay, no immediate threats. Question is whether queen c3 has to be dealt with. If not, then white can chill. Rook c2 would look quite safe, professional. Just cover every entry square. The black queen can't get to any square on this diagonal after rook c2.
Yeah, rook c3 looks too professional, David. Look for some interesting stuff, please.
I wanted to play rook d3.
Yeah, that's the move I was looking, but then queen g2.
Yeah. So not taking the rook because the pawn is pinned. Like queen g2 and okay. Talking of professional, Vaishali, she's doing a very professional job of getting over the finishing line. Rook c2. Yeah, covering everything. I don't even see how Lagno makes a threat. Like she needs the queen on the a file now, but it takes ages to get there.
So she plays queen e3, queen f7, right?
Yeah. Queen e3, queen takes pawn, covers. I was wondering if there would be any stalemate tricks, like you trick the queen to f7 and then you somehow give up the queen and the e4 pawn's still alive. You need a rook on the 8th rank to stalemate the king.
David, to make a stalemate in this, I think they should invite some magician there, just to make sure how to put their pieces to the right square and disappear some of the pieces.
Yeah, I could make it happen somehow if I got a lot of helping
magician.
Hands. Like, how about this? E3, queen d8. Oh, wait. I know, queen d8.
Yeah, still make the, yeah.
And of course, white would just take the bishop. And
queen g7.
But I found a stalemate.
Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm. That's, yeah, unlikely.
Did you ever make a puzzle yourself out of your game when you found you had some beautiful game and you created a puzzle out of it?
Yeah, like not like an official puzzle. I never like entered a study into any competitions or anything, but I found, yeah, there's maybe 3 or 4 games in my life where it was just way too beautiful. So I mean, yeah, if I ever write an autobiography or something, then I'll include those. I've made some notes, like, and when I used to teach, when it's calculation, like sometimes there'd be some. I once had a game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and I lost in a rook endgame without putting up much of a fight. But after analyzing, I realized there were like 5 or 6 study-like variations, and it was holdable by all these different stalemates. Like white, I could have given up 2 rooks, allowed mutual promotions, and a queen alone could perpetual a queen and 2 rooks because the king was so open.
When did you play that? I should see that.
I'll send it to you after this broadcast. I think it was 20. It was a while ago. It was pre-pandemic.
Some time ago.
2018, 2019. But how about yourself, Judith? Any beautiful study-like puzzles that came out of your games?
I made one out of one of my games I played against Alexei Shirov. And it was so nice pawn end game, a typical pattern, but I created a puzzle out of it where it has a special, very nice element I added to it.
Okay.
And I'm very proud of that. But I know, for example, Jan Timman, who unfortunately passed away this year, he was incredible in those, the practical study end games and just fantastic puzzles. I like very much the puzzle studies which are coming from a natural flow of a chess game which was played or it could have been, because chess is just simply so beautiful and sometimes it has to be presented in a composition. Black is fighting. Playing for what? That's the only question.
Yes, playing for a miracle. Yeah, she still has to wait. Probably Black has to survive like 20, 30 moves in order to get Vaishali back in time trouble again, which, yeah, even then probably wouldn't be an issue. The chat thinking she's about to resign. I agree, Judith. I was following Jan Timman on social media, like when he was posting all these studies. It was incredible. Yeah, really beautiful stuff. I think as well, like the older players get, we talked a lot about age this tournament because Sindarov, his incredible run, he's facing Gukesh, but the older a player gets, the more they appreciate the beauty, I think. I remember showing studies to a group of teenage talents in England, and some of them were like IMs, one was a GM, and I showed them these studies to get them to calculate, and the question was always, but what's the point of this? And I was like, wait, this came from a real game, or this could have been from a real game, or basically based on it. And they were like, yeah, but what's the point? Like, this isn't my game. This isn't an opening I can prepare for. So what's the point? And yeah, I think just learning that love of patterns and the beauty of chess, that opens up a new, a new motivating factor, a new way to improve.
But I also think, sorry.
No, I was just saying it's
I
highly
also
recommended
think
for everyone
that
at home.
the reason I love studies and compositions, because if you try to solve them, in the beginning it's going to be very difficult, but once you catch the pattern, how to solve it, you learn, you can improve your defensive skill immensely and your calculation skills. And I've seen this with my own eyes. When I was giving a training session for Indian talented girls, they came over to Hungary. They were here for 2 weeks. And each day we were starting with an hour of solving beautiful studies. And in the beginning, many of them, they had, but why? And after 2 moves, okay, this is the solution. I said, well, this is not the solution, because if it would be so easy, I wouldn't give you to solve it. And I put them calculate, look the defense of the opponent. And in 2 weeks, they were much faster, and they understood that things are not so simple. There is always a resource, or there can be a resource, because this is one of the problem of players, that they are not searching for a resource for the opponent. And defense, right? And they think, okay, I do this and I win. Oh, there's a move? Oh, I didn't see this. But also it's simply beautiful. I mean, so many beautiful puzzles. I always promote that also in my courses, which I'm doing in my books. I always include puzzles and studies, because I think it's too beautiful, the art of chess. E3.
Yeah. E3. And I found one way to go wrong. If White plays, for example, rook to c4, then black plays queen f2. And black threatens mate on b2, threatens the rook, back in the game. But that won't happen. Vaishali...
That's the only mistake white can do, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like she
what
can
about
win the
to go
E3
queen
point.
c4 now?
Mm-hmm. Queen c4. I guess black will take on g5.
Queen f7.
Yeah. I was hoping for queen to e5 here.
Ah, but queen e5. Maybe
oh,
they're
queen- wait.
blundered, yeah?
Queen a5. Yeah, whoops. Whoops. But yeah, there are ways.
Queen
John
G2.
finally got his wish. Queen g2 played though. Very professional Vaishali. She wants to give a check. She defends g5. That check will at least win the pawn, but maybe even land a checkmate if the black king ever goes back to the back rank. Judith, you mentioned a group of girls who came to Budapest to study with you. Was Vaishali in that group?
No, she was playing. Also, Divya was not there.
So I remember Tanya.
Tanya was there, but the others were under 20. So they were not the first line. But actually, you know who was there? Vantika. Vantika was one of them who was there, who was part of the Olympic team.
Yeah, very strong.
Year later, in the team, and it was a great joy to work with them, because the attitude, the way they were approaching chess, the healthy way of thinking, that girls are not less than boys, but they have to improve their level of chess. It was very healthy mindset. And they had great work ethic and curiosity, respect. So it was a very healthy and very beautiful balance in their personality also and approach.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, regardless of age, gender, background, anything. Like just having that healthy mentality, always trying to be better than your former self, just improve day by day. That is the thing. Not comparing to others. I think that's something I learned only too late, not to compare myself to others. Just got to compare yourself to who you were yesterday. And and try to learn every single day on and off the chessboard. In the meantime, this position, it's hard to find solutions now. White giving a check on the h-file would lead to game over. Queen f5 stops that, but rook takes e3 would then be possible. I don't think she can stop a check here, Judith, on the h-file while saving her e-pawn. And that means something's got to give. Either white lands a series of strong checks or just slowly starts collecting even more material.
I think maybe it's the moment of resignation.
Yeah, Vaishali's had all the answers. Hard to ask any further questions. We see the pain on Lagno's face here. She's tried everything. And there we go. It is a handshake. It is confirmed. Vaishali is the winner of the 2026 Women's Candidates. She moves on to challenge for the World Championship title. She'll get a match against Wenjun. What a tournament. 8.5 out of 14. It wasn't always going her way. She had to do it after a difficult start to the tournament, but ultimately she scored the wins when it was needed. She held her nerve in this final round. Wow. Tie breaks avoided. We still await the first ever playoffs in a candidates tournament. Vaishali, the winner. And John, what an incredible moment it must be for her. The peak of her career so far.
Incredible performance, squeezing out the sole win in the candidates without tie breaks necessary in the final round. And she will go on to challenge Wenjun for the World Championship title later on. Absolutely incredible stuff. She held her nerve and she is getting rewarded for it. She's heading over to the press conference now. Let's see if we can get a word in with her before she gets mobbed by everyone else.
Grandmaster Vaishali, congratulations. You're going to play for the World Championship. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. Yeah, I'm so super happy. Yeah, I won't be able to put it in words. Yeah.
I'm sure you'll figure it out soon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. We might hear again from Vaishali, but it's going to be in a very long time because she's got a lot of press conferences and interviews to deal with. Judith, I don't know, that was emotional and drained at the same time. You can see in her face and her body language how much energy she put into the tournament and how badly she wanted this.
Well, I think everybody wanted this very badly, all participants, but I think, well, first of all, she had so many stress and tension in her. We could see that even after the game, after the handshake, he was not smiling. I mean, I think in that moment she was still in the game, still couldn't believe it. She couldn't get it with her brain that really it's happening. It's true. Nobody can take it away from her at this moment. And already minutes later, when Mike was asking her, you could see her smile. And of course, as she said, I think it's 100% true that she cannot express it how happy she is. And she had a very tough tournament, right? I mean, we can't say that she won the tournament in same style as Sindarov won, because she had a very rough, very, very rough games and tough, but she was fighting. She was fighting all along, and she won. So congratulations for her perseverance and all this fighting spirit she showed.
Judith, I think that's a fantastic point about the manner in which Vaishali won. David, we would love to all be able to play in tournaments and hit +6 the way Vachier was able to accomplish. But the reality is, Vaishali's win was a gritty, battling victory. She had ups and downs through the tournament. We didn't know what was happening half the time, let alone the players in the playing hall. She's going to seriously feel like she's earned this.
Exactly. I love it, John. You've coined a word there, Vaishali, showing the vitality needed in the right moments.
Sponsorship incoming. I've got CS on the brain.
Yeah, I mean, we should remind everyone as well. She came in as the lowest rated player. She came in as the bottom seed. Yes, she'd been fantastic in previous events. We've seen her win the Grand Swiss, for example. We've seen her help India to gold medals. But to do it against such a strong field, all of the best players other than Wenjun were here. And yeah, she found the kind of the strength, found the tactics at the key moments. It was just a series of maybe chances for her. Like, yes, she was outplayed on occasion, but she always bounced back. She always found resilience, always defended tenaciously. And yeah, that's what chess is all about, doing what needs to be done. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be better than your opposition. And that's what she proved this last couple of weeks.
Well, with that, if anyone in chat had any doubts that she was part of chess's global elite, you can dispel all of those thoughts right now. Now, Judith, I'm going to leave both you and David with one maybe slightly sobering thought. Today is all about Vaishali. Let's not take any of that away from her. But ahead of her, what awaits her now is Wenjun. Talk to us about that match and what Vaishali will have to do to prepare herself properly for this, because that's a big ask now.
Yes.
Well, David, you go first.
Yeah, I think you hinted at it earlier, Judith. It's going to be tough. Wenjun, I mean, to talk about the reigning champion first, she's won several matches. She's held on to the title for a long time now. She's extremely good strategically, positionally. She has a great deep understanding. Obviously, tactically, she's great too. Maybe openings, she's not incredible, I would say, Wenjun. She does enough for her level, but often it's not going for anything too crazy. It's not going for the maximalist approach. She's just trying to get positions where she can play. For Vaishali, I would say strategically, maybe not the same level yet. Tactically, I think she can match Wenjun. If Wenjun blunders, I would back Vaishali to take advantage here and there of some opportunities. I think openings, Vaishali has a chance. Like this last round, for example, she came with this rare idea against the dragon, and she got a big advantage. Still difficult after that, but she found a way. I think Vaishali will need to come to that match extremely well prepared, maybe go as direct as possible,
to try and force the issue rather than get into any long maneuvering games, any end games. Zhu Wenjun won some really nice end games last time against Tan Zhongyi, for example. I think opening's important, style important, and getting that type of position where she will thrive. Even then, I think Zhu Wenjun's experience probably gives her the edge, quite a big one, but it's possible. Stranger things have happened.
Yes, I agree with you, David. I think it is going to be very important what kind of and type of position they are going to be playing. Is it going to be tactical, which fits quite well to Vaishali, or Zhu Wenjun will be able to direct and steer the game to a more positional, grinding situation and sit there and equalish position, playing out until a very long time. Of course, Zhu Wenjun has an incredible experience in World Championship matches, as I think 4 or 5 times she became World Champion. I mean, it's a huge number. So experience is definitely there. At the same time, she will have the pressure also, because in the World Championship match, it will be also Vaishali who will be the underdog, and it will be kind of an expectation for Zhu Wenjun to win the match. At the same time, of course, probably the match will be not less than 6 months from now, and there Vaishali can improve a lot on her opening repertoire, on the approach, trying to make less mistakes, being more precise on different segments of the game. And I think also the opening preparation will be extremely important in that match, because that means a lot what kind of and type of position they are going to get. When any of the players are going to be taking the lead, I think their nerves are very good for both of them, so that's not a problem. I think this is what we've seen for Vaishali in this event, that it's so hard to believe for me that she started out so badly in the first half of the tournament, and she had extra bad or difficult positions. It could be even worse start. After that, she won some games, 4 games, but also towards the end she lost 1 game and draw. So she was playing there, and she was okay. If she's losing some games, she's capable of coming back and bouncing back after a loss. So from this point of view, she's also extremely strong personality. I'm looking forward to have a tight match. I think that's very important to have the goal for Vaishali.
Yeah, she will need to maybe step up that consistency. That's where Zhu Wenjun is really good, like really consistent, very hard to like disturb her, get under her skin. Like even when Zhu Wenjun went behind in the match, the last Women's World Championship match, she was able to just pull herself together very quickly, started picking up steam. Vaishali is such a streaky player. I mean, that's a fantastic skill when it's going well, but also stopping the bleeding when it doesn't go so well, that's going to be something she has to master. But in the meantime, Vaishali is going to be mobbed. She's going to be a national hero now in India, if she wasn't already, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of celebrations ahead. But no celebrations yet for the games still remaining. Judith, we still have 2 boards ongoing, and this is one of them. Goryachkina looks like she's about to pick up a win against Tan Zhongyi, and she might join a share of 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, she might jump into 3rd place, it looks like, with a win here.
Actually, her story is also unbelievable, because in this tournament, if we can say that someone is not in form, basically she's from the very beginning, it seemed like she could win the first game in round 10. I mean, can you imagine that she won her first game in round 10, and basically she had the potential possibility to win the event playing in the last round. I mean, this is absolutely incredible from the tournament point of view, but yes, of course, she's going to collect the full point, while her opponent Tan Zhongyi has an awfully bad tournament for her, because she made a lot of mistakes. She's completely out of form, and in this night end game, it's going to be over, I believe, very shortly, because the b5 pawn will fall off, and black will only gain back 1 pawn out of the 3, and 2 pawns should be winning very clearly. Now maybe c4, that's the best.
Yeah, I mean,
Or you want to go on the safe side to play knight d5.
they all look good, Judith. Hard to spoil it when it's this winning. Knight d5, knight e2. Yeah, I mean, a4 is maybe the only one I was going to say not to play, but even that might be winning. Oh, she's played knight to d5. I think you're right, Judith. These two players, actually, before the tournament, I thought, okay, Anna Muzychuk, fate feels like it might be on her side, last minute entry. But these two, I thought, okay, they've both played world championship matches. Tan Zhongyi's been a women's world champion. I thought they might be the two to watch, and to think that they didn't win a single game for the first 9 rounds between them. Yeah, it could have been so different. Goryachkina, I think she had the opposite story to Vaishali. She had so many good positions in the first 9 rounds. She just couldn't win. She couldn't convert anything. Vaishali had so many bad positions, but was always holding and actually started picking up some wins. Yeah, Tan Zhongyi, it's been not her best from the start. So it could have been very different, but it looks like Goryachkina is going to win here. And let's go over to the other board. 3 pawns versus 1 will triumph for white on this one, but this is a rook endgame. And okay, we last left it a long time ago. It looks like this has been balanced throughout though, Judith. And it looks like now it's going to fizzle out towards a draw. Rook and 3 pawn. Oh, rook and 4 versus rook and 4, but the B and A are about to disappear as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw. Still, black is trying, and I think it's important for white to be careful and make the precise move. It does not look a position where white has to be very careful, but still I think she has to, because if white goes rook a7 with the idea that, okay, we are just going to be simplify and exchange pawns, maybe black is going to play king d6. And, well, maybe now, yeah, and after this, white would have treble. So probably after rook a7, king d6, white should be going back to f7. But actually, Muzychuk found a much simpler way, playing rook g8 in the position, forcing rook b4 and then rook a8, and go into the 3 against 3 rook endgame, which I believe none of the last 2 games which we just witnessed will last long. This game will be a draw, the other one will be Goryachkina going to win her last game.
Yeah, this game is going to be a draw. I think it would also be a draw, very easy one with the black side, even having a pawn on g7 or g5. 4 versus 3. It's quite nice having these doubled pawns because then black can never create a passer. And yeah, rook and 3 versus rook and 3. This one, in terms of the tournament situation for both, I think disappointing, especially for Zhu Jina, just coming in as one of the pre-tournament favorites. Again, lacking consistency. It was up and down. She had a lot of wins, but also a lot of losses. I think 5 wins, 4 losses. And yeah, Muzychuk, the second half has been a half to forget, Judith. She was 1 point up ahead of everyone after 7 rounds. It could have been even more, but that collapse against Divya and no way back from there.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing and touching on this topic, what it means to lose a game. And to lose a game, it's not only losing one game. This is the problem. You start to have doubts about your play, your own self, the opponent in the next round. They feel that, okay, if you lost in the previous game, it means that maybe you're weaker, you're unstable. And we've seen this, right? We've seen this in many occasions. When you lose a game, they might lose one more game. So it's better not to lose a game. Draw is also an option. But stability and keep the game under control, it's a very special knowledge. And we see here that they agreed to draw, and their tournament also finished. And of course, indeed, as you said, Zhu Jina can be very upset. But basically, I think it was her worst moment was in the event yesterday when she ruined her fantastic position against Goryachkina.
Zhu Jina falling with white from self-destructing almost from a very, very strong position yesterday was the decisive factor. She was joint in the lead with Vaishali with 2 games to go, but couldn't keep pace. Tournament is over. She might get another chance, still youth on her side. Very, very good year, the last 12 months for Zhu Jina. For Muzychuk, that was also a missed opportunity. In the meantime, back to this knight endgame, where it looks like the A pawn is running. Second score sheet about to be used. We've just hit move 60. Save the forests, though. You don't need more paper. This looks like it's going to be over any second. Yeah, Tan Zhongyi, I think, yeah, if it wasn't maybe such a bad tournament and disappointing overall, then maybe she would accept, okay, this game is done, move on. But sometimes that's how it is, right? You've got to grieve differently, and it's hard to resign and admit that you're going to come, I believe, in joint last position, especially because she was so convincing the last candidates.
Yeah, this is actually interesting when to resign a game, right? When do you feel and think that actually there is no practical chance at all to save the game? And yeah, it's a difficult moment to resign.
Mm-hmm.
But in this game it will come very shortly, the end of the game, because knight e7 is the move which will come. Deviate the c8 knight. So after that the pawn can go queen and reach die with the evil bar on a8.
Yeah, the bar's already saying forced mate in 73. I'm surprised it's that many. But yeah, the bar is sky high. The pawn is going to be sky high. Promotion to a queen inevitable. She doesn't have to rush with knight e7. She could wait. She could play c4. But there we go. The winning idea. Either trapping the black knight. Brilliant move as well to add to the collection. But knight a7, king b6 traps that piece. Knight takes knight. And famously, knight's bad at stopping a pawns. No way to stop promotion. This might be it. It's going to be confirmed. Goryachkina is going to end the tournament on a high. Clocks are stopped. Handshake. Goryachkina takes the win. Tan Zhongyi resigning. It's yeah, one of those tournaments for both that probably they will look back on and think missed opportunities. But that's life. That's chess. And John, that means that we are at a close to this year's Candidates Tournament. 14 rounds in the books.
Unbelievable stuff, and a fantastic final day to the candidates. Tie breaks not required as Vaishali wins today to send herself into the World Championship match. Here are how the standings settled down. No one on less than 5.5 points. A very tightly bunched field, but Vaishali pulling through in the end. Judith, your thoughts on how this shook out? I don't think we would have predicted this table.
Well, it was very unclear during the whole time, the women's candidates, because up to the last moment we've seen there is a big race. Well, it was mainly between Vaishali and Bibisara after round 13. But before that we had seen Muzichuk being on number 1, we've seen Zhu Jiner being number 1. We've seen Divya being number 1 in the tournament, so it was an incredible battle and fight, and well, I just can congratulate to Vaishali because she was such a fighter in whatever position she was in. Bad, good, suspicious, she was there, she was sitting, and she was making her appearance very strong. And but at the same time I also think that it was part of her strengths that she was the lowest rated player in the tournament, so people maybe did not take her the most seriously, and they were wrong in that. So but whoever is the winner, they deserve to be the winner, and congratulations, and looking forward for her to play the World Championship match.
Absolutely love it. The lowest rated player, you know what, doesn't even matter. The chess, what happens on the board, is what's going to get the result, and Vaishali proved with her resilience and her continuous commitment, whether things were going well or going badly for her, and that got her over the line in the end. In the open section, of course, very different story, but just as emotional a result. Possibly the quickest draw in candidates history, at least according to time, I'm not sure, but Sindarov not only qualifies for the World Championship match, David, this is now officially a record for the number of points scored in the candidates in the modern era, I believe. That is just an absolutely incredible result for the youngster.
Wow, never been done before. Double figures 10 points in a 14-round candidates tournament. Yeah, incredibly impressive. We've used all of the superlatives, all of the adjectives for Sindarov this last couple of weeks, but we could even be improving on that if he does go on and beat Gukesh in the World Championship match. That's going to be fascinating. He deserves it. Vachier Sindarov, a new superstar, has been born in the FIDE Candidates 2026.
So both of our World Championship matches lineups have now been confirmed. But before we talk about that big sort of stuff, I want to go back into this specific round. And we're going to be taking a look at those games again in just a second. So stick around, because right after this quick word from our event partners, we'll be right back with a game review of one of the most exciting positions of the day. Get ready to pick one, David. We'll see you in a second.
Welcome back to the final day of the Candidates 2026. I'm going to now break down the closing stages of Anish Giri's tournament as he rounded off a fantastic event. He secured second place solo behind Vachier Sindarov. Very impressive if we consider that Sindarov was almost uncatchable, almost perfect. This final round, he was up against Matthias Bluebaum. Bluebaum with the white pieces. He'd been on a very solid streak, a lot of draws. Bluebaum, though, yet to win the tournament. Yet to win a game in the tournament. And in this position, after a Ragozin defense, Bluebaum decided, okay, let's end it on a high. Knight to g5, a very rare idea played by Matthias Bluebaum. The whole idea was to try and land some sneaky checkmates. Currently h7 defended by the Black Knight, but there are deflection tactics. If the knight is ever removed, that could be fatal. h6 played, and after h4, a brilliant move. This is the fishing pole trap. If the knight is captured, we would see the Black Knight finally kicked away, and the White Queen would be able to swoop. The open h-file is unthinkable. Giri did not dare touch this piece. But not just that, Bluebaum didn't stop at one sacrifice. After a3, also brilliant, since the knight's still hanging. b5, we saw some developing moves, and after castles, he said, you might attack a second knight, but I shall not be moved. Counterattack, pawn to d5. This, however, backfired due to one of the most brilliant moves of the tournament, but also definitely one of the most brilliant moves of today. Anish Giri deciding the knight was going to die anyway. He might as well sacrifice it to close the d-file, to close lines, knight to d4. And once this knight was taken off the board, the white knight captured. Bluebaum had to reckon with the wreck of his position. If he'd just taken back, yes, the suffering might have been longer. Yes, he wouldn't have been material down with white. But suddenly, white's attack has lost steam. Black's knight would become super strong in the center, and Giri, with a big positional advantage, would have been a favorite anyway. Instead, Bluebaum decided to continue throwing fuel on the fire. He took on e6, but after the bishop was captured with a check, he found himself a piece down, and Giri's next cool move was to just dodge this attack on his queen and allow a discovered check. Always satisfying to allow, paradoxically, a discovered check, one of the scariest moves in chess, and just chill like this. The whole idea is that a knight check would be blocked by Black's bishop or knight. In the end, we saw Giri obtain a big decisive material advantage. Bishop to d5, another brilliancy. So many of them this game. The whole idea is to trade off pieces. Now the white knight is destabilized, and the rest was quite simple. Yes, the pawn was taken, but Blue Baum's pawns were not enough for the bishop, and the game concluded just a few moves later with a nice double attack against the pawns. And after rook to f1, the pawn finally collapsed. Rook takes g3, pin on the f-file. Giri took the win, Blue Baum resigned. Almost a perfect game from the Dutchman to end the event.
What an absolutely incredible game, David. And it's easy for us to miss as well when we have all the cameras, all eyes on Sindarov having won the candidates. It's like, hey, guys, don't forget what's going on behind is just as important. Well, maybe not just as important, but definitely just as exciting. With that win, Anish Giri secured second place, a sole second as well. Even though he's not playing for the World Championship, Judith, he's got to be feeling reasonably happy about how he's played.
I think he should, because he had some great opportunities. Even though he missed it, he understands that Sindarov was just taking a lead, and it was very clear from very start that he's in extremely great form. He plays great chess, and he takes his opportunities. He has a great preparation as well. Of course, he had some chances, but I think in the last 4 rounds where he had to convert his little better positions, couldn't do it, he couldn't make it, and well, maybe next time, but he played a great tournament anyway.
Well, I don't know if off the back of that good result, Anish is going to be stealing any pieces from the venue. I guess we'll find out in a future interview. But what I do know is that Mike has managed to grab an interview with Vaishali after clinching her spot to play for the World Championship. Let's hear what she had to say.
Thanks, guys. We are here with Grandmaster Vaishali, our next Women's World Championship challenger. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What was your mindset coming into today, tied with one other woman?
No, I was just trying to focus on my game because I know I have to win. That's the only thing in my control. So I was just trying to focus on my game.
But were you looking at Bibisara's game at all?
Briefly here and there, but I was mostly on my game.
5 wins this candidates, I think 6 wins last candidates. How are you getting 11 wins? Like, what are you doing? Are you playing your game differently, or why are you being such an exciting player?
Maybe it's because of my playing style and some luck also. So both.
Was there a defining lucky moment in this event that really propelled you into thinking you could win this?
Oh, definitely against Stan. To get such a win against such a strong player in such a tournament, it's. I think I had some luck starting there, but I felt bad that game, but I think soon I started to focus on my game, and already the second half I felt like my games were much better.
There's never been an Indian women's world champion. Does that give you a little bit of extra motivation that you might make history?
Yes, definitely. I'm looking forward to the match.
Your mom, of course, walks in with you most days. What did she say to you after you won your game and you embraced in the hallway?
She was super tensed. She was very, very happy. It's a dream moment for her family. This is the moment we have been playing chess for more than 15 years, and this is one moment.
Was there any moment this year where you drew on your experience from 2024 that helped you succeed this time?
I think the pressure, like handling pressure, I just wanted to focus on the game quality. I think that's something I learned last time, and this time I tried. Of course, there were some moments where I could not follow, let's say, but that was one thing.
Speaking of pressure, you're the 2024 Olympiad gold medalist. Sindarov is the 2022 Olympiad gold medalist. Do you think that the pressure of succeeding in a team event can actually help you manage the pressure in an individual event?
Yeah, team tournament, it's different. Even if you're not doing well, you know that your team is, your team will save you, yeah. So, that's different kind of pressure, I would say. This is different. It's just hard to compare.
And Sindarov was telling us a lot that he's playing cards and he's, playing video games. What were you doing in the evenings to kind of de-stress and get your mind off of the game?
On rest days, we were playing some table tennis and paddle, but in the evenings after the game, when we had the game next day, I was usually rest a bit and start preparing for the next game.
Okay, I still want that table tennis game. And finally, at some sporting events, the winner gets to pick the menu. So what are you going to have for dinner tonight or for your celebration?
I think something my mom cooks. Yeah.
Great. I'm sure that she's helped a lot with her home cooking. Hey, it's been a blast to cover you, and good luck in the next 6 months preparing.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mike, and thank you very much, Vaishali. So, our lineup is complete for the World Championship matches later this year. It's been a wild 2 weeks. A huge thank you to both of you for joining me today, but also throughout the tournament. Let's have a lovely couple of words, closing thoughts, not just on today, really, but reflecting on the candidates as a whole. So many storylines. I'm not even sure where to begin. Judith, let's start with you.
Well, I'm always so happy to be in the candidates on the venue or off, but just being online, to follow it from move to move, from game to game, the psychology, the tension, the preparation, the move to move blunder, the move to move genius ideas. It is just so much fun for me as I retired, but I'm also at my heart, I will always stay a chess player, and I can feel the rhythm, the heartbeat of the players. So it's always a great joy, and I definitely want to congratulate all the players for those who won and who didn't, because to go on this journey, to make the preparation, to be there with the seconds, it's a very, very tough 2 weeks. And for the winners, of course, they are very tired, but they are extremely happy. For those who didn't win, they only have the tiredness. So everybody deserves very much the relaxation, and I was extremely happy to be with you guys because it was great fun to talk about through all the moves and stories. So it was a pleasure for me to be here again. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Judith. It's absolutely wonderful being able to share the desk with you for this event. And David as well, huge thank you for being here throughout. Judith's mentioned a lot, but I think one thing that's going to stick with me is this really is super brutal. What the players are playing for here, only 2 out of 16 of them are going to get. That's the nature of it heading in. It's a little bit like the World Cup. Very, very brutal format, but it's still where everyone wanted to be.
Exactly. This is chess at its best, sport at its best, when the stakes are high, when you're seeing world-class participants put through the ringer day in, day out, having to prove it at the board. I've loved every moment. I've got to echo Judith's words. It's been a pleasure spending the last couple of weeks with you guys. Shout out to our producer, Ryan, as well, and the whole team for making this show happen. I thought I'd get FOMO not being in Cyprus, not being there, watching up close, but this has been fantastic. I've learned so much, not just from the chess, the openings on display. So many new ideas have come out this last 2 weeks, but also about the players, the mental toughness, the changing of the guard we've talked about for a long time. It's in full force. It's happening, the young generation, but we're learning what great champions they're about to become, every single player. And yeah, Sindarov, that felt like we were witnessing history in the making. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I can't wait now for the World Championship matches to come.
So that, folks, is where the road ends here in Cyprus. Over the last 2 weeks, we have watched ambition, resilience, heartbreak, and brilliance in equal measure. And tonight, the picture is complete. Sindarov has won the Open Candidates, Vaishali has won the Women's Candidates, and both move on now to the biggest matches of their lives later this year. My thanks to my brilliant colleagues across the event, Anna Rudolph, Artus Nightshans, Judith Polgar, and David Howell, and to the entire Chess.com and Chess24 production team for everything that has gone into making this tournament and bringing it to life for all of you at home. So from all of us, thank you for being with us throughout the FIDE Candidates in 2026. The challengers are now set. The stage is waiting, and we can't wait to see you all again at the World Championships. Stay safe wherever you are in the world, folks, and we look forward to welcoming you back here next time. Good night.